Hey everybody, this is PJ DeCaesar, and you're watching my single segment any percent of Robotrek, finished in what came out to be, I think, 3 hours, 47 minutes, and 1 second by my timing. Who knows how accurate that is, though. Um, this is actually my first time watching this run since I completed it, so it's going to be an adventure. Uh, this run, despite being a PB by about 14 minutes, has just some of the strangest things happen. Um, yeah, it's a crazy run. It doesn't really make any sense, and that's kind of perfect for this game. That's the kind of run that this deserves. So things get pretty hectic at the beginning of the game, and I'm gonna have to explain that, but I guess I'll do a quick overview first. Robotrek is the only RPG, well, the only pure RPG made for the Super Nintendo by Quintet. They're the developers that made the Soul Blazer trilogy and ActRaiser and ActRaiser 2. This game was called Slapstick in Japan, for reasons that will probably become very obvious. It's just, a lighthearted, kind of fun RPG. So you're the son of a famous inventor, Dr. Akihabara, and that also makes you an inventor, apparently. This terrorist group called the Hackers has come into town, and they're just wreaking havoc and whatnot. So they're going to be the main antagonists for the whole game. And you've got to stop them. So being an inventor, you don't do the fighting yourself, you make robots to fight for you. And the thing that makes this RPG the coolest, I think, is the way that you get equipment. It doesn't have conventional shops like other RPGs do. Instead, you have access to the R&D room whenever you access it on a map or something, and between every level. You have access to it briefly. And when you're in the R&D room, you can either make equipment, or you can create equipment from scratch, or you can combine two existing items or pieces of equipment to make a new one. So it's pretty neat, because you can't just go and go to that town's shop and buy equipment there. You have to actually have the stuff to make it. And this is the R&D room that I was mentioning. It's a big Super Famicom pad hooked up to a computer. It's the ideal kind of computer. So I make my first robot here, and I name him Exo. It's not because of any man crush for Exo or anything, even though that may be true. It's more or less because that's a name that I can input quickly, because all the letters are right next to each other. So that works out just fine. While on the topic of naming, I found out after my first attempt of this that it takes a long time to actually type out the main character's name, and it happens like 200 times in this run. I was going to use a name somehow, I think, because it makes some pretty entertaining lines, but it would have cost me like 2 minutes or something. I'm adjusting his color here. I'll say it's for RNG manipulation, but it's really just because I hate the color red on that robot. So yeah, I needed to choose a name that's one character long for my main character, and the letter A, I think, gets way too much publicity, so I just chose a space. So, the next hour or so, we're going to be following the adventures of Captain Spaceman and Exo until I build my second robot. So that window that you just saw there, where I programmed in RXR, it's a really cool feature of this game. You literally make a program that your robot can run during battle. And it's nothing more than some combination of attacks with the equipment that he has. So RXR uses the weapon he has on his right hand, followed by his bomb, followed by the weapon he has on his right hand. And doing different combinations of those will make will have different effects. And it can be extremely overpowered if you know the right combinations. So, RX if you have a gun on your right hand, and bomb on X is basically a nuke, and it detonates the whole screen and does pretty massive damage to everything. But it's somewhat inaccurate, and the damage is pretty variable. And the one that I use there, RXR, or Roxor, I guess, when you have a closer range weapon in your right hand, slashes once on each row, hits every enemy once. And that's the fastest way to clear a battle. It's actually very accurate, and the damage is very reliable. So it's perfect, actually, for a speedrun. You saw I went to the tool shop and I got 2 items from... Well, actually I got 3 items, but I picked up 2 capsules in the back, containing a scrap 2 and a scrap 5. And the scraps are what you use to create different equipment through combinations. So you can combine scraps with existing equipment, or with other scraps, or with cleans, or whatever, and you can make new equipment for your robot to use. And it's this feature that makes this game so much fun, I think, because there are so many different possibilities for equipment, especially early on. Yeah, you're gonna get to see the Roxor come into action here. So good. So pretty much every battle is gonna look just like that. Right, so you can make extremely overpowered equipment very, very early in the game if you know which scraps to save and which ones to use. Unfortunately, Scrap 2 and Scrap 5 are the most useless scraps in the game. Scrap 2, I think, is used in 2 combinations, both to upgrade shots, which are entirely useless for my purposes. I equip a shot exactly once in this game. Well, for exactly 1 battle. I might equip it more than once to, like, switch weapons around, but I only use it once. And, Scrap 5 is also used in 2 combinations, I think, but strangely, both of those are really, really useful. Oh, man. Oh, forgot. I got blocked in the very first battle. Okay, so that kind of saves me the trouble of having to explain what happens sometimes. So if there's a capsule right next to an enemy, just like that, if you use the Roxor, you'll teleport onto the capsule, and the capsule will explode. And what damages the enemy then is the capsule's explosion, and not your attack. So instead of doing 16 damage to that middle mine, like I did to his friends, he only took 3 damage. And I had to refuel before I could take action again. So that's really the only way that attack won't work. And I usually have that happen maybe twice per run. It's pretty rare, actually. So I buy 2 smokes from the tool shop for those situations, because when I do grinding later against very dangerous enemies, I use a smoke for a free escape instead of waiting around for 30 seconds for the capsules to disappear. But I blow through those, like, straight away. I use both smokes, and I think I run into 3 more battles that have that treble capsule. So while we're talking about the capsules, if you've noticed, when you hit them with a short-range weapon, they open up. And a whole bunch of different things can happen. I think the only 2 that I've gotten so far is Energy Restored, which refills your health. You can also get an equipment level up, which gives you 1 level equipment level, sorry, to all of the equipment that you have equipped on that robot. You can also have it just explode when you open it, and it can cause pretty variable damage. It can also cause your robot to rust, which is like poison in this game. Rust is actually pretty deadly. That right there is exactly what I'm looking for in these capsules. The 1.0 meg bonus. The bonus is awarded if you complete the battle before that timer expires. And normally you get, I think it's 0.1 of mag experience per based on whatever the tens digit of the timer is. So 0.1 for single digits, 0.2 for in the 10s, and 0.3 for in the 20s. And then you can get additional bonus points if you kill an enemy with a melee attack, I think. Like a close range melee attack, not what I'm doing here with Roxor. But yeah, if you open up a capsule and it has a 1.0 or a 0.5 meg bonus inside, if you finish underneath the timer, then it just awards that experience to you. And 1.0 megs of experience is massive at this point in the game. Like, that's worth 3 battles. So getting just one of those capsules saves a lot of time, and that's the reason that I didn't abort this run from that troll capsule at the beginning. It's an incredibly frustrating beginning of the game to run, because there's so much that can go wrong, and you'll see that in just a few short minutes. So let's see, I was talking about Scrap 5, I think. Scrap 5 is pretty interesting because it can be used to make a Shield 2 straight away. If you combine Scrap 5 with a Clean, you can get a Shield 2. But if you save Scrap 5 for later, until you find a Scrap 3, you can make Rollerblades, which is Boots 4. And those are one of the most useful items in the game, because it lets you move all the way to the left side of the screen on the first turn, and it speeds up your robot a lot. It's useful for a lot of battles, especially my intermediate level grinding section. But it's much faster to make the Shield 2 at the beginning than to make the Rollerblades. It's faster by about 15 minutes, actually, which I found surprising. So my whole goal here with fighting these enemies at the beginning, you need 6 mags of experience to reach level 3. And I need to reach level 3 immediately after I pick up this drill. There's one enemy just to the north here, and I want to level up against him, because then I can use the portable R&D room to fix up the rusty drill into the real drill, and then I'm right next to the wall that I have to drill open. So it's kind of tricky to plan this, because you can get into some really sketchy experience thresholds where like 3 enemies will give you a level, so you're not sure if you should fight an extra battle before this guy or not. And I've had a few attempts end because, like, I guessed wrong. You know, I needed 0.3 experience, which means that I'd have to get 2 gels from this battle, and I'd only get 1. And then the next attempt, I'd say, okay, well, I need 0.4 experience, so I'll just fight 1 more battle, and it ends up being, you know, 3 gels or something, and I get a level accidentally. So it's really annoying, but it ended up working out just fine here. So you might be thinking that I messed up when I allocated these stats, and that's probably the best thing about this game. The way that these stats work. So you start with, I think it's 30 points for your robot, and then you get 10 points per level. You can spend these however you wish. There's, I think, 5 stats. There's energy, which is your health. Power, which is obviously the damage that you deal. Guard, which, again, obviously the damage that you take. Speed, which affects your chances to hit and chances to dodge. And charge, which is how quickly you refuel after using an attack. You've probably noticed that after I use an attack, I have a little fuel meter. Looks like an ATB meter, but it has, you know, empty on the left and full on the right. I think it's a pretty cute way to do it. But each attack or each, you know, program uses a different amount of fuel, and you have to refill to full before you can take action again. Mashing B fills this up quicker at the cost of some defense points. But anyway, so you can change these stats whenever you want. Well, that's not true. whenever you're in an R&D room. But the stats are by no means permanent. You can switch them as many times as you'd like. And the key point is that energy is a stat. HP is a stat that you can adjust. So, at the beginning of the game here, I choose to take all of my points out of energy, which is a significant amount of points. And I put them all into power, except for 5 points, which I put into speed. It just so happens that 5 points in speed plus a shield 2 gives me enough speed to hit these spiders with reasonable accuracy. And 54 points in power with a sword 1 is the minimum number of power that you can have to guarantee a one-hit KO on them. They have 18 health, and the lowest I can do to them is 18. It doesn't work with 53 because you'll sometimes do 17 damage, and then the spider will just walk up to you and punch the living daylights out of you while you're trying to refuel. And obviously that's a game over. So, we want to avoid that. I have lost attempts from missing, even with this setup. It just does happen. It's the nature of the game. But yeah, I think this stat system is really cool, and one of the defining features of the RPG. Not many RPGs let you do that. And I really take advantage of it in this round. So, right now I'm level 3. I want to get to level 5 before the boss fight. And, I mean, the boss fight is definitely doable at lower levels. I could probably kill the boss at level 3, just as I am now. But, I mean, why would I? It'll take a lot longer at level 3, and, you know, there's no real advantage to doing it because I'd have to dodge all these enemies. So what I want to do is kill all of the spiders. They're the enemies that I want to fight, because they give the most experience in this cave, and they have good drops. So, the gels have, they have a few drops, but they normally drop 200 gold, which is, pretty awesome, actually. 200 gold is nice. But spiders drop repairs, which are the most important item. Repairs revive a dead robot. And, yes, I do actually get a second robot, so I get to use that. But yeah, it's actually a really important item. And it's, like, money is so tight at the beginning of the game that I can't afford to buy repairs, because they cost 300 gold each. And I imagine that the game made them so expensive because you're supposed to make balanced robot builds instead of 1 HP and max power. You know, you're supposed to have a bunch of HP and a bunch of defense and a bunch of speed, and then if you have leftover points, you can put them into charge and power. So, in order for this run to actually succeed, I need a lot of things to happen at the beginning of the game. First of all, like I mentioned before, I need my experience to hit, well, not exactly 6, but at least 6 megs of experience immediately after I get the rusty drill, so I can save the maximum time there. From the capsules, if I didn't get either, you know, perfect luck from battles and maybe like a 0.5 experience bonus capsule, or a single 1.0 experience capsule, or a level up capsule, because a level up capsule saves 1 round against Meta Crab. If I didn't get any of those, I'd reset and try again. So I need that much luck to get to level 3. After that, I need to not miss a single hit against any of these enemies. And I need a good number of repair drops. Either repair drops or money from these enemies. Alright, so there we go. There's the troll capsule. I couldn't RXR there because there was a spider, or a capsule right next to the spider, and the spider would have taken 1 damage and just clobbered me afterwards, so I had to use a smoke to get out of that. Escaping is not guaranteed, by the way. Um, right, so going through here, I have to not miss an attack against any of these enemies. I have to also not get preempted by any enemy. Because if an enemy goes first, it's game over. It's not quite as critical right now, because I have 11 HP. But especially at the beginning when I have 1 HP, if an enemy goes first, I'm dead. And that happens if the game thinks that you're trying to avoid an enemy. So if you run into an enemy, face to face, you'll always go first. Or, if you just make solid contact with an enemy, if you're in the same row, tiles, and you run into them, you go first. But it gets sketchy when you're offset by 1 row, like you're trying to run past them. If that ever happens, they get to go first. And, it doesn't seem like it would be that hard to avoid, but sometimes with these, like the way that the enemies just amble around, it can be pretty unfortunate sometimes. Even like right there, if the spider is facing away from me, but I run into him 1 row over, even then sometimes the enemy gets to go first. And if you're standing still and the enemy initiates contact with you, you think how that works. I think still if there's solid contact, you still go first. But if you're not facing them when they run into you, they go first, I think. So, anyways, I need that to not happen. And there's one encounter here that's almost unavoidable initiative for the enemy. I don't remember what happens here, actually. So it's gonna be an adventure for both of us. And then, assuming I survive to level 5, and all is well there, then I have to actually kill Metacrab, which is not as trivial as it seems. So right there, that thing actually saved this run still. See, my luck here is just like a roller coaster. It's really great, and then something horrible happens, and then it's amazing again. So I got the 1.0 meg bonus at the beginning. I had good encounters, lots of 2 and 3 enemy encounters, which is good experience. But I had 2 bad capsule locations in battles already, which prevented me from using RXR to finish them. And then I get 1,000 gold drop from that enemy, which is his rare drop. I actually don't remember if that's his super rare drop or just his rare drop. But it's definitely one that does not happen often. I think that's the second time I've ever gotten 1,000 gold from him. And I've played this game a lot. So, as I mentioned before, money is extremely tight at the beginning of the game, so that helps tremendously. And it does offset the bad luck that I've had so far. Right. There's not too much else to say here. I more or less covered this beginning of the game. The thing about speedrunning this is that there are a lot of unavoidable plot elements, I'll say. Not quite cutscenes, just like, you can't really skip anything. You have to go and talk to a lot of NPCs. And it's pretty frustrating to run, honestly. Oh, nice. I just used menu tricks to get around that guy. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, that enemy up there, that commander, he's the one that normally initiates battle with you and then kills you. It's not a good time. Speaking of not a good time, I guess this is a good time to talk about, how this run developed. And, a few years ago, I decided I wanted to speedrun every game that Quintet made for the Super Nintendo. Wait, what happened? Did I miss this guy? God. This luck, it's just... Man. Well, okay, see, that's why I put extra points into HP from level 4. yeah, like I said, I mean, this luck is just up and down. It's pretty unreal. Right, so I wanted to run every game that Quintet made, and I had already run ActRaiser 1 and I was learning ActRaiser 2, which left the entire Soul Blazer trilogy and this. I chose this for some reason. So this was back in maybe even 2009, to be honest. Alright, so my experience didn't quite line up perfectly. I need to reach level 5 by this door. And again, I get a bad capsule. So that's the third bad capsule that I've got in just this first beginning of the game. It's unbelievable. Oh, man. Alright, well, moving on. I did a run of this. Oh, there we go, level 5. Nice. Real quick, actually. I use a stat distribution that's, again, different. I use 20 energy and 60 power. I don't need any speed to hit Metacrab, somehow. And, I'm not gonna, I can't kill him in one turn, obviously. So, I need some HP to survive his attacks. The shield, too, gives me all the defense that I need. His most threatening attack is the blue ball that he shoots. Everything else I can survive pretty easily. And, I use Shot because he has a knockback attack. And if I were to use Sword, I'd have to walk up to him, which takes 2 turns. Hit him, and then get clobbered to the other end of the screen and take 2 turns walking back. So I choose this location here. And I thought I was dead. I really thought I was dead. Yeah, the blue balls always do more than 10 damage, and they almost always hit. But it's a pretty rare attack, so I decided to take a chance. Fortunately blocked that second one. But I chose this position because he has 200 health, so he takes 6 hits with my current strength. And after 5 hits, he'll walk close. And if I'm 1 tile closer, he'll do his close range attack, which does like 18 or 19 damage, I think. I mean, it would kill me. And I was actually second-guessing myself once he started to walk forward, because I was wondering if I actually remembered the spacing right or not. But I got it, and beat him, so... Good. Okay, and once again, a different stat distribution. I keep 5 HP, because there's one battle that is more or less unavoidable. I think I've skipped it twice, but almost always I get into a fight there, and the enemy goes first. So, they're just birds. I mean, they're not hard enemies, but I need some HP to survive. And the enemies in the next section of the game have very high speed, so 25 is a good number that I've found. It seems like 25 is sufficient to never miss against these enemies. And 60 power is more than enough to kill them, so... Alright, so that run that I did back in 2009 was more or less the same basic guideline as this one. There are a few things I like to focus on. Well, like a few things that I definitely need to do in a speedrun of this. The first is to get the strongest gear you can as soon as you can. And that in this game, that's X3 level 9. And that doesn't change. I mean, I still got that in my old route. The second goal is to reach level 20 as soon as you can without excessive grinding. So, I mean, I could reach level 20 in that cave if I spent about 20 hours grinding in there, but that's obviously not the goal. So you want to grind quickly and efficiently, but you want to hit level 20 before a certain point. I'll get into that a bit more later. And then once you reach a certain point, you want to rely on just evasion against bosses, and just max out your attack, drop your HP to 1, and go for it. So, This run and that old run were the same, and that was the main focus of both. But how I went about it was significantly different. And my beginning strategy, I chose the rollerblades over the shield 2. I mentioned that before with the scrap 5. There are 2 options you could take. And then I chose to level for like 5 levels against these. Oh no, I didn't do that. I didn't fight the shells. Yeah, I fought these other guys that were really slow. Basically, that route was a really, really low-risk route. Basically, there was like no chance of dying. But it was just slow. I think that run clocked in at 4 hours and 35 minutes. And I made a whole bunch of extra weapons. I upgraded a punch to punch 3, level 9, which takes like 3 minutes in the R&D room, plus however long it takes to get the scrap that you need. So it was just not efficient at all. And over the past few years, I've slowly been improving this run. And I mean, I think where it is now is the most. I think this is the fastest route that you can reasonably expect for a single segment. I mean, you can definitely speed it up with a lot of different things, but it'll never happen in a single segment run. So I'm really happy where this route turned up. The one thing that I was considering was picking up a punch 3 anyways, because punch 3 has the highest critical hit chance in the game. And critical hits are like the only way to save time against the last few bosses. I think a critical hit against the final boss, just one, will save like a solid minute. It's pretty unbelievable. So, I mean, yeah, using a weapon that has twice or 4 times the critical hit chance of the axe is huge. The axe has a 1 in 16 critical hit chance. I thought that the punch had a 1 in 8, but OmniGamer mentioned that it had a 1 in 4 chance, and I trust him a lot more because he's been looking at the game code for this, trying to help me out, so it's probably 1 in 4. While I'm on that topic, big thanks to OmniGamer, because he's been a huge help. Huge help. He located like the whole drop table and everything for all the enemies. Like I mentioned, he found where the RNG was. He found how the damage formulas work, how the crits work, all that good stuff. And you know, while I can't use all of that in this single segment run, it's going to be wow, that was a close room. Jeez. It's going to be really, really critical stuff to use in the segmented route. Segmented route's going to be pretty interesting if I ever get around to it, because you can manipulate the RNG to give you a crit basically whenever you want to, as long as you do it from a reset. And being a segmented run, and being this game where you can save anywhere, I can pretty much crit anytime I want to, including boss battles and this leveling section against the shells. Alright, so here we are at the obligatory Old Mansion Ghost House section of the game. Haunted Mansion, whatever. This game has a lot of cool, like, continuity stuff. Spoiler alert, there's a point in the game where you go into the past, and it ties a lot of this stuff together, which I think is pretty neat. I mean, it's a really simple plot, really simple RPG. It's not like any massively thought-provoking, allegorical RPG. It's just, you know, it is what it is. But it's neat that they tie it all together, instead of just, like, unexplained sequence A to sequence B to so on. So I guess where we are in the plot is that, you know, we got this stone from Carl after we saved him from Metacrab. And, you know, we don't really know what it was. And, we found out that our father disappeared. He went on a trip or something. I don't remember what he said. I think he said he went on a trip. That we should always keep in mind what he says. And if you play this game casually, you'll know that what he says is, "Well, we're close, let's visit your ancestor's grave." Because you'll probably be lost at the beginning, and you'll be running around and going to his house, and that's what he says every time you try and leave his house. But in a speedrun, he only says it once. But, yeah, you go in there, you enter the grave, and you meet your ancestor, or the illusion of your ancestor, whatever, and he tells you to go to this place. And you find out that, you know, these dolls are controlling the mansion and, you know, are a bad omen and whatnot. And, there's a stone hidden in them, so we're gonna go steal it. Why not? We can. This is still a really scary part in the run. Because I still only have one robot, and one hit will still be a game over. And even though my luck has been, like, I don't really know how to classify it still. I'll still call it above average though, because my time beating Metacrab was about a minute faster than normal. Yeah, but long story short, I didn't want to lose this run, and, you know, if I miss even a single enemy, or if my damage is slightly low against an enemy, that could be the end of the run. Or, again, if I have if I don't have clean contact when I start an encounter, the enemy could go first and kill me. And I don't have a backup robot at this point to revive me, so it's pretty scary. These monks actually, they used to be a big problem in my old route. Before I even knew about RXR, I used to use LX for these battles. Well, not these battles in particular, because it never worked for me in these battles. But I used to use it for the beginning of the game. And, you know, the damage just varied absolutely wildly. Sometime I'd use it and it would hit like an 80, and another time I'd use it and it would hit like 6. And it drains the entire fuel tank, just like RXR does. So, for monks, I used to just shoot them. I used to use shot and just kill them that way. Speaking of shot, if you've been paying close attention, you'll remember that I said shot, or scrap 2 at the beginning of the game that I get. That can upgrade shot 1 to shot 2, and shot 2 to shot 3. I'm actually not sure if I said that or not, but oh well, you know now. So you might be wondering why I didn't upgrade my shot 1 to shot 2 and save a bit of time against Metacrab. I used to do it, and it would save 1 round against Metacrab, because shot 2 will do 45 damage instead of 39, or whatever I was doing, 38. The issue is that it takes more time to actually combine those 2 items in the R&D room than it does to just shoot him 1 extra time. For some reason, shot 2 is only 2 points of damage, or 2 attack points stronger than shot 1, which it sucks. Also, if you've been paying close attention, you'll remember that I mentioned that Axe 3 is the strongest weapon in the game, and I picked up an Axe 1 in the grave. So, I'm starting to piece together some pieces of the puzzle. And there we go, the fourth screw job of this capsule. Many more to come, don't worry. I used my last smoke. It's extremely rare for that to happen, honestly. It normally only happens twice throughout all of my grinding. And I haven't even begun the second grinding session yet. So, luck really was favoring the capsules in this run. Let there be no mistaking that. So the item that upgrades Axe is Scrap 1. And I grabbed one of those from the capsule after I defeated Metacrab. And I'll be getting another one shortly. Well, I guess, I don't know, it's maybe 20 minutes away. I think that's shortly. I don't know. I mean, for almost a 4-hour run, that's pretty short. It's pretty neat the way that they designed these scraps, because each scrap is kind of affiliated with a weapon class, or an equipment class. So Scrap 1 is used to upgrade bladed weapons. That's swords and axes. So Scrap 1, I think, upgrades Sword 1, Sword 2, Axe 1, and Axe 2. Scrap 2 upgrades shots, as I mentioned. Shot 1 and Shot 2, I'll upgrade both of those. I don't think it can be used for anything else, to be honest. You can recycle it for 500 gold. That's what I do with my Scrap 2, because I'm a good citizen. And also because I like money. Scrap 3, which is what I grabbed. Hey, look at that. The timing was great. It's almost like I planned this. Scrap 3 is maybe the most important scrap. It upgrades, well, it doesn't upgrade boots, but it's affiliated with boots. So, if you combine it with other scraps, it'll give you boots. A Scrap 5 with Scrap 3 will give you boots 4, the rollerblades. A Scrap 9 plus Scrap 3 gives you boots 5, which are tank treads. Those are hands down the most overpowered item in the game. And a Scrap 10 plus a Scrap 3 is Boots 6, which is a hover pad. It's a really, really cool piece of equipment. Oh, real quick, I hate this part right here. Because whenever you have any of these cutscenes, the NPC always leaves before you do. And you don't have control until the NPC fully leaves the screen. It's awful. Absolutely awful. I think there's like 3 situations where you can actually move before or at the same time as the NPC. And in one of those situations, if you do actually leave the room before the NPC, it doesn't set the flag for that cutscene, so you have to go and do it again. Pretty great. Alright, so back to scraps. Scrap 4, I think, upgrades punches. So punch 1 and punch 2 will be upgraded. Scrap 5 is pretty useless. I don't even know what it's for. Again, the only 2 uses that I know are for the Shield 2 that I made and the rollerblades. Scrap 6 is a hammer class scrap. Scrap 6 is actually a very, very rare scrap. There's only 3 of them in the game. One of them is extremely well hidden. And the other's just in a bookshelf. There's one more just like in a capsule in the final dungeon, I think. But that's the only way, well, that's not true. Yeah, you know, I don't even know. Look at that capsule position. Yeah, unfortunately in this battle, the only option for me is to stall out this timer. I have to wait for a full 30 seconds. Unbelievable. I can't RXR, because if I do, that monk will survive and kill me. I can't run, because it's not guaranteed. So if I miss, it's game over. And I can't use a smoke, because I already used all of them. Pretty awful situation. I think that's the 5th time that's happened. So here you go. Combining my Scrap 1 with my Axe 1. to make an X2, and I can equip this straight away. Gives me a pretty massive power bonus. At this point, I don't need my energy anymore. I don't need 5 energy because there aren't any battles where the enemy is forced to go first. So, hey, I got a repair out of it. Nice. Right, scrap 6 is kind of strange with the hammer. So scrap 7, we've got... I think scrap 7 is used to upgrade lasers. I think that's right. Laser 1 and laser 2. It also has some strange combinations, like... I think a scrap 7 plus... the weather gives you something? I don't know. Scrap 7's kinda dumb. Scrap 8 is the rarest. Oh man, had some slight confusion there. I thought the repair was on the bench instead of in the bookshelf. Yeah, scrap 8 you can only find 2 of them. And it's only used in one combination. And it's scrap 8 plus smoke makes blade 4. Figure that one out. But blade 4 is the strongest weapon in the game in terms of pure stats. But X3 ends up doing more damage overall. So cool. And then scraps 9 and 10 are just used to upgrade anything. They're just really powerful. I mean, you can upgrade like sword 1 straight to sword 3 with a scrap 9, I think. But yeah. Alright, so this is the second grinding section in the game. Or first, if you don't count that whole first half an hour or whatever as a grinding session. I choose to grind in the library here because I like the name of these hobos. Also, they drop a lot of gold, which is great. The plasmokes only drop cleans, I think. They might be able to drop cures as well, but they don't drop anything that I want. Ho-Hos drop 500 gold as their common drop. And I think scrap 3 is one of the rare drops, and 1000 gold is one of the rare drops. They also drop cures, I think. That seems like too many drops, though. I don't know. They basically drop all kinds of good stuff. And I also choose to grind here because it's right next to Inventor's Friend 9 and 10. And I don't think I talked about those yet. So, now is as good a time as any, I guess. So the Inventor's Friends are, this set of encyclopedias that teach you how to build stuff. I mentioned at the beginning that it doesn't have typical shops like most RPGs. You just can build stuff whenever you want. And they balance this by restricting what you know how to build. So you can only read Inventor's Friends if your level is equal to or greater than the volume number of the Inventor's Friend. So if you're level 8, you can read Inventor's Friends 1 through 8, but not above. If you try and read an Inventor's Friend that's too high of a level, it'll just say it's hard to understand. So I think that's really clever, actually. I like that a lot. I only read, I think, 5 Inventor's Friends books in this run. Yeah, 5. I read 9, 10, 15, 18, and 20. 9 and 10 are right here. 9 is that bookshelf that has the plasmoke in front of it. And 10 is in the north room of the library by the Ho-Ho. 9 has Axe 1. And 10 has Shield 3. Now you might be thinking, Yeah, PJ, you're an idiot. You've already got an axe. You don't have to read that book. But, well, I mean, that's true. If I only want level 1 axe 3. You see, every offensive piece of equipment for your robot has an equipment level. From 1 through 9, obviously. Even bombs have that. And as the equipment level gets greater, the weapon gets even stronger. And some weapons have different perks, like slightly different appearance when they change level. The lasers and the blades are very common with that. The bombs change graphics too. So like Bomb 3, which is an ice bomb, drops like a small little icicle from levels 1 to 3, I think. Maybe it's 1 to 4 or something. And then, the next time it drops more icicles, and then level 9 it drops a snowman. So, sometimes they change appearance, but... oh, actually, Blade 4. Every level from 1 to 8, it shoots a Firebird just across whatever row you're standing in. And then level 9, it shoots a massive Firebird that sweeps across all 3 rows. And it does just huge damage. It's unreal. But I'm not interested in any of that. I just want to increase the power of my Axe 3. Every level that it gets an additional 10 points of attack, which is it's unreal. So, the way that you upgrade that, there's all kinds of formulas and whatnot online. And maybe I'll link to that in my comments for SDA or the YouTube description or whatever. But, to simplify it, if you combine 2 weapons of the same class, the result will be whatever the higher class weapon was, plus probably some equipment levels. So if you combine a sword 3 with a sword 1, you're still going to get a sword 3, but it's going to be a slightly higher level. And here we go again, there's the 6th time that I get trolled by these capsules. Very impressive. Right, so I make I make an X3 level 1 just by upgrading my X1 with scraps. And then I have to make 8 additional X1s to combine with that X3 to boost it all the way to level 9. So there's no other way to do that than to read Inventor's Friend 9. You can't make X1 any other way. Actually, that's a lie. You can make it if you combine a sword 1 with a hammer 1. You get an axe 1. And hammer 1, I think, is Inventor's Friend 6, which is in Spaceman's house. But that would be 5 extra. Look at that, 1,000 gold. I've never gotten 1,000 gold from a ho-ho. That's pretty unreal. Yeah, if I were to make X1s that way, then it would take like 9 extra. Yeah, 9 extra combinations in the R&D machine, which is a lot of time. But I need to get Inventor's Friend 10 anyways, so I may as well get 9 while I'm here. Inventor's Friend 10 is Shield 3, like I said. Shields are extremely overpowered in this game. They give you defense bonus and evasion bonus, and on top of that, a chance to block. So even if an attack would have hit you, your shield can block it and it would nullify all damage. It's pretty incredible. I need a lot of money here. I need a lot of money. This is the main reason, besides being right next to the Inventor's Friends, the main reason that I'm grinding here. Because the ho-hos drop money. At this point, I've gotten so much money from them already that I'm set. Here, okay, I thought that was gonna be... I need 7,200 gold at this point. Which is way more gold than you should ever have at this point in the game. And I think in this run I have like 9,000 or something. But, yeah, I need that much because I make my second robot, which is 3,000 gold. 500 more. 3,000 gold for my second robot. 1,000 gold for shield 3. And 3,200 gold for 8 X1s. Yeah, I have 8,100 gold right now, and I have some equipment to recycle still. Alright, so we're level 10. That means I'm done grinding here. I have no interest in hanging around anymore. I have plenty of money. I read the Inventor's Friends I need, so there's nothing else that these enemies can give to me. My heart was just beating out of my chest in this room, because these commanders are really awkward. Like, they just wander completely randomly, and then when they're aggroed, and they speed up and start running towards you, sometimes they don't run, like, head-on. Sometimes they prefer to run one tile over, like that guy. Man, that was really close. Damn. And, you know, if they do that and they hit you, you're dead. There's no way around it. So, really scary times. Whenever I'm doing, like, these big R&D sections, I always start with the storyline item, because I'm never gonna forget this attempt that I had, like, 3 years ago. I used to save, like, all of my R&D for this one section of the game. And, you know, I'd build, like, a second robot and, you know, 3 shields, a shield pack, and a punch, and I'd drop, like, 15,000 gold in this one R&D section. It'd take, like, 15 minutes to build everything. And I forgot to make the item that I needed to advance the storyline. And I ran for, like, 5 minutes through this dungeon, and then realized I didn't make the item that I needed. And it was, like, well, that was the end of it, really. That's a lot of lost time. Alright, so robot number 2. I didn't think of a name for this guy. So I just made him Ampersand. Because, why not? Plus, Ampersand is a really underrepresented punctuation mark in RPGs. It's not very often that you get to choose that for a name, so now's Ampersand's time to shine. Right, so there's a lot to mention about Robot 2. For now, Robot 2 is just... I preemptively equipped him with a shield so I could program his attacks. Robot 2 for now is just a backup. He doesn't need to attack because there's nothing that he can provide that Robot 1 can't provide better. I only have one axe too, and Robot 1's got it. So, what Robot 2 is going to do is make sure that Robot 1 is around to swing his axe. And he's going to do that by equipping 2 shields. Eventually, he's going to equip a shield pack instead of a bomb. So he can actually not attack at all. And all he does is repair Robot 1 in battle. And then switch with him again. That's all he does. Yeah, you know, it's really not necessary. If I wanted to just hope for perfect luck and hope that I don't die. Look at that formation, man. The unblockable. Yeah, so that's all Robot 2 does right now. Eventually, I'm gonna switch roles, and I slowly switch Robot 1 instead of being an all-out offensive robot to a slightly more defensive build and then a full defensive build. And the 2 just gradually swap roles. Robot 2 I want to be my offensive robot, not just because it's quicker with stat adjustment, but also because he actually has an innate melee damage bonus. If you were to read the robot book, which is that red tome that I read at the very beginning, that taught me how to build robots, Just checking to make sure that's locked. Good for me. Idiot. If you were to read that afterwards, it has actual information about robots in there. And it mentions that Robot 2 is better with melee attacks or close combat. I don't remember how it worded it. And that Robot 3 is better with special attacks, which I still don't know. I still don't know what that means. I don't know if that means like the programs that he runs. He's stronger with those, or if it means that he's stronger with like special-based weapons, like maybe bombs and the more peculiar weapons like blades and Sword 4, maybe. But I don't know. Robot 3 never comes into play. He just stays a pile of scrap in the R&D floor. But yeah, Robot 2 does in fact have a higher melee damage. So, he's going to be my main attacker. Just for that little damage boost against bosses. And Robot 2 is going to be... he's going to be my healer. And if you didn't believe all of that, then the reason that I do that is because I don't have any faith in EXO. Alright, so the clock tower has a bunch of wandering around and whatnot. A lot of backtracking. It's a pretty confusing place the first time you go through it. But the thing you want to note is this right here. This has the second scrap 1 that we need to make our axe. Unfortunately, when you open that capsule, it locks the door behind you, and you can't leave until you kill these 2 enemies. But hey, what's 2 more? Also, these force enemies always drop capsules, and the capsules always have the same thing inside. This is going to be a bit of a reach, but at the beginning of this old mansion thing, when I get dropped down the trapped floor, there are 4 monks for the fireballs that I have to fight, and each of them drops a capsule. You'll always get 3 cures and 1 repair from those. From those 2 guys, you'll always get 200 gold for both of them. Okay, so in my old run from years ago, I used to backtrack back to Rococo after I got that scrap 1, and build my X3 level 9 right then, and then go fight this boss, and she'd die in 2 hits or something. The damage is unbelievable. But, it's really not worth it. Not at all, actually. I have faith in EXO. I think he can do it. You know, for a while I was actually considering fighting this boss without getting a spare robot. And still fighting her with 1 HP and, you know, not nearly enough guard to actually block anything. Just kinda hoping that I'd squeeze out a victory. And I usually do beat her without dying. For reasons that you'll see when I fight this boss. This is actually the easiest boss in the game. Actually, I'm not sure if that's true. It's a pretty easy boss, though. Unfortunately, this fight is, not great. Okay, so the cool thing about this boss is... Alright, hold on. EXO's time to shine! Go! He got a bit too enthusiastic. Misjudged the distance and whiffed. So this boss can only attack in her row. She can't switch rows. What she can do is that. Make clones. So obviously there's only one real one, just like all of these clone fights. If you hit a clone, it'll die and it'll give you 0.1 experience, and you know, she can just make it again later. But, you know, only one clone gets to attack, basically, per round. So there's a 1 in 3 chance that I'll actually be attacked each turn. And even then, there's a pretty good chance that my shield 3 will block it. So, it's actually an extremely low-risk fight, but I got a bit ahead of myself at the beginning, misjudged that distance, and totally made a fool out of Exo. Alright, I've got to adjust stats again. And, yeah, you see some slight hesitation, because I was second-guessing myself. It's a bit of a strange distribution. It's 41 energy, 20 power, and 99 guard. This is where the transition from offensive robot to defensive robot comes in. Oh, okay, 31 health. 31 health. Man, that's low. Thought I had 41 at this point. Oh well. So anyways, I'm gonna let you guys enjoy this, these cutscenes uninterrupted. I'm gonna run, get something to drink, and run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back briefly. Damn, okay, well I thought I could miss the whole leveling up section here, but looks like I didn't take long enough. It's unfortunate. well, at least I get to see firsthand how this is done, and why I only want to do this for one weapon. It takes a long time to build eight clones of a weapon. But, hey, it's gotta be done. This is the longest, I think this is the longest that I actually spend in an R&D room in the whole run. So, you just gotta gut it out for this, and then we'll be in the clear. While I was gone, you probably saw the cutscene, unless you went away for a drink also. I wouldn't blame you if you did. Wait, is this when he tells you about it? Did Flaydon tell you before? No, I think this is when he tells you. Basically, he and Spaceman's father, Dr. Akihabara, went on a trip, and Spaceman's father was captured by the hackers. And it's all up to me to go get him, except right now I'm looking for stones, and he tells me to go to South Isle. He says he saw a stone down there, but he wasn't sure if it was what I was looking for. And hey, what a coincidence, because I just got an invitation to go to South Isle. So, away we go. This whole section has just a ton of backtracking. Like, so much backtracking. It's a pretty frustrating dungeon, to be honest. But at the same time, I kind of like it. Because I don't have to think much. Actually, now that I say that, I wonder if I made a mistake in this run. I know there was one attempt that I did, and I got, like, absolutely, completely lost in this place. But I don't think it was this one. Not sure. Whatever, we'll see. Like I said, this is my first time rewatching this run. I decided to leave in the music with this commentary. You know, I'm not even sure why, to be honest. I just kind of like to do that with the commentary, but for this game it probably would have been better if I left it out. One of the main complaints that this game gets is how awful the battle music is. And, I agree wholeheartedly. The battle music is just... I don't know what the right word is. Just irritating, I guess. Fortunately, I've heard it so much that I just kind of tune it out. But for those who are watching it for the first time, it's probably just torture. But I know TK would be heartbroken if I didn't include it in the commentary. So, it's here just for you, buddy. While I'm giving shoutouts, I usually save my thanks to the end of the run, but my memory is awful, so I'd probably end up forgetting a whole bunch of people. So I'll just throw it right here in the first third of the run where nobody will be listening. Tom Felino at SDA, he's been making prizes for the marathons that we've been running. And he's a metal worker. He's been making, like, the most ridiculous prizes. He made a Master Sword last year, which would have been AGDQ 2012. He made some meat tenderizers for Super Meat Boy in that same year. I think he did something else too. But this year, he's really stepped it up. He's making some unbelievable prizes. He made a Hylian shield for Zelda. He made the Wind Waker for Wind Waker, obviously. Oh, this is a great spot. I remember this. Yep. I was trying to do the menu hacks, and it saves like 3 seconds there, and instead I ended up losing like 20. Because I'm a massive idiot. But, hey, back to Tom. Yeah, so he's making the shields, the Wind Waker. I think he made like a set of gold Yoshi coins. I mean, they're not actually gold, but they look gold. Probably bronze or something. Let's see what else. He might be making gold gauntlets. I don't know, but he's put in, you know, a lot of hours. And if you were to have those prizes commissioned, it would probably cost you a few $1,000s. And he's not charging us anything. He's just donating them. So that's a huge contribution. It brings in a lot of money. They're amazing prizes, and we all appreciate it. And the reason that I'm giving him a shout out is that I recently found out that this is one of his favorite games. And I promised that I'd stream it for him, but I did this run right after I moved into my new apartment, and I have no internet set up here. So the only thing I brought like an air mattress and some clothes, my Super Nintendo, a DVD recorder, a TV, and then like some other odds and ends. The rest of my stuff isn't even here. It's gonna show up at some point next week. Yeah, so I've got nothing here except, you know, my Super Nintendo and some games. So I figured, may as well do a Robotrek run while I've got the time, just sitting around here. But unfortunately, that means that I wasn't able to stream it for him, and I feel bad about that. So, gotta give a shout out to Tom. And hey, you know, I may as well dedicate this run to him. Because I really do appreciate the work that he does. And also, as a material scientist, I understand how hard it is to make art out of metal. Like, the stuff that he's doing is unbelievable. So, it's extremely generous of him. We all appreciate it. And hey, there's at least one other person that likes Robotrek, so he's got to give a shout out. I've also got to give a shout to Exo for letting me use his name. Even though it's probably what caused all this really strange luck. But, hey, it ended up working out in the end, so it's fine. Same goes for Ampersand. Thanks to Ampersand for letting me use him. Whoever he is. And just like all audio commentary, gotta give a shout to Moo, because he's the one who makes it all happen. He probably has to listen to all of these to make sure that they're appropriate, which is a job that I do not envy. Alright, so we went through a lot of backtracking already, but that's nothing. That's just the beginning. This whole dungeon revolves around the bathroom. I run into the bathroom like probably a dozen times. Gotta go there to get a stamp, and then watch Kotetsu get captured, and then come back and see him again. And then I gotta come back here about, 10 more times to use the elevator. There's a lot to remember in this place, and I'm kind of surprised that I actually did remember it all, because I had some pretty distracting music playing in the background, and this was like my 9th hour of straight Robotrek. I was really determined to get this run, if you couldn't tell. But yeah, that fatigue does kind of show itself later in the run. I make some pretty awful mistakes. One really, really awful mistake. I lost like 2.5 minutes. But, we'll save that for later. I don't want to run out of stuff to talk about. So this is the second, and I guess what I'll call the final grinding session of the game. Get out of the way, you stupid spider. See, this is what I have to deal with. It's so... Man. Like, avoiding encounters is faster than fighting them. But if I knew that he was going to be such a jerk, I would have just fought him. Okay, so this is the room that I'm going to spend the next 20 minutes or whatever in. These enemies, to anybody who's played this game before, you probably know these enemies. These are the enemies that game over you. They do a load of damage. They're really tough to hit. They're resistant to the run command. I'll talk about that later. But you can't use RXR on them because it'll do 1 damage. Yeah, that's it. They hit like trucks, they're invisible, and there's no easy way to kill them. Keep in mind, I have the strongest weapon in the game right now, and I'm barely killing them. I think they have 20 health, and I'm doing right around there. I have maximum defense also, and I'm still taking 8 damage or whatever. So if you were making like a balanced robot build with like 50 defense, you'd be getting crushed by these guys. And these guys, admittedly, I think those are berets. The guys with the cannons that I was just fighting. They're easier than the ones in the previous room. 800 gold. The ones in the previous room, I think, are the water balloon guys, or the bowling ball guys. Pogo stick, I don't remember what... Oh, pogo stick, water balloon, I think that's what they are. They hurt a lot, and they get a lot of crits. A crit from them is instant death, too, so not something you want. But the reason I'm fighting these guys... well, there are a lot of reasons, really. I need to reach level 20 in the next area. And it's tough to explain this. Basically, when I finish with this section, after I kill the boss, I want to be level 18. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. You'll see why later. Which means that I have to reach level 18 at some point in here. These guys give the most experience that you could get at this point. They give 2.5 experience each. It's really reliable experience. I mean, I take a lot of damage, but I've been picking up cures all throughout the game just for this reason. I mean, after this, I use a robot with 1 HP. A cure is not going to do anything for him, because he's going to be dead if he gets hit. So it's reliable experience, and it's good experience. And they also drop a load of money. Their common drop is 800 gold. The rare drop is Laser 1, which recycles for 1,000 gold. So, I mean, I dropped 7,200 gold just recently, like the section right before this. And I need another... Oh man, 1 experience bonus! Go! Ah, so close. Yeah, I need another, like... Let's see, 13, 14, 15,000 gold. 18,000 gold. Between now and the end of the game. But I need 8,000 gold pretty soon. So, I mean, it's much easier to fight these guys. It's good experience, it's good grinding, and it's really good money. It's much easier to do that than to grind off like boss toads or something at 1.4 experience each, and then have to go look for items or scraps or anything to pick up and recycle for money later. So this is definitely the best place to grind, I think. The thing here, the reason this took me so long to plan is because if you have rollerblades in this section, you can run all the way across the room, and you can kill, if the encounter is just 1 beret, you can kill him before he shoots you. 16? That killed him? I thought those guys had 20 health. Oh, I lied. Yeah, so I mean, every time a beret attacks, it's like 5 seconds or something, if you use those fireworks. So the rollerblades save a lot of time. And this is really the only reason that I was considering using them. But you lose so much time from using that, or from not using the Scrap 5. Sorry, from not using the Scrap 5 at the beginning to make a shield. If you were to save that to make rollerblades, you'd be losing a lot of time. You might have also noticed that I'm not putting points into ampersand right now. There's no real reason, except it doesn't matter. He doesn't see these battles, he just kind of hangs out there. The only time he sometimes gets used is like at the very beginning of the grinding, when ISO only has 31 HP. Just because that's like so little HP. Sometimes I get killed. But, I mean, right now, EXO is completely safe. So, I would just be losing time entering that menu every time to allocate his stats. So, I'm just going to wait until the grinding is finished and do it all at once. Now, the way this grinding gets tricky is that I want to reach level 15 and then a little bit past 15. I don't want to reach 16 here, because, like I said before, I want to be 18 by the time I finish this section, and the boss gives me 2 levels. So I want to fight the boss at 16, he'll bring me to 18, and then I'm set. But I don't want to reach 16 here, because I need to use the portable R&D machine at a specific point halfway through this dungeon. There's only one R&D machine in this dungeon, and it's a really significant detour to run to. And I absolutely need the item that I want to make. So, this is the best option. It's kind of tricky to try and space out how much experience you need, because these guys give so much more experience than everything else. That, like, you can't try and get too close to level 16, because you'll probably overshoot it. So, like, ideally, I'll be within, 3 experience of level 16 by the end of the grinding. But, if I'm 6 experience away, what are my options? I'd have to get into a battle with exactly 1 beret. 3 would give me a level. 2 would get me too close to a level, because there's 1 forced encounter in the volcano before I want to use the portable R&D machine, so I have to have room for him too. One of my other playthroughs, it wasn't a recorded attempt, but it was one that I was streaming to try and get a feel for how long the run would be. I did get it too close. I was like 8 experience away or something. Actually, no, I remember what happened now. I was like just a few experience away. I was actually okay at this part. But I got into like 2 unintentional fights in the volcano and accidentally killed them without thinking about it. So I was like 0.4 experience away from level 16 by the time I got to the forced encounter. And I had to just sit around in that battle and wait for him to run away of his own free will, so I wouldn't get any experience from it. It was horrible. So, I mean, in the middle of in spite of everything that happened, a really good run, I didn't want that to happen, so I played it pretty safe here. The frustrating thing about this game is just how much of it is really random. Like, for a lot of games, I like to run them until it's like not perfect. I'm not that good about it. But I want to run it so that like there are very, very few mistakes, and that luck didn't totally screw me over. And if I happen to get good luck in that run, then fine. Man, just missed the bonus again. But with this game, like, the best that you can hope for over the course of the entire run is just decent luck. You can't hope for good luck throughout the entire run, because it won't happen. It's impossible. You're always going to get screwed really hard at some point. And it's so frustrating to try and figure out what the limit is there. I mean, I've gotten... Like, overall, the run so far is fine. But I've just had 6 really bad capsule locations that prevented me from using RXR. And I probably lost, probably close to 2.5 minutes from just awful capsule luck. But at the same time, I got 2 massively rare gold drops, which save a huge amount of time. And I also got the 1.0 experience bonus at the very beginning, which saves like 3 extra encounters. So, I don't know, it's kind of hard to balance all of that. And it was really frustrating, and it was difficult to not let it, like, distract me or get the better of me during the run. Because, like, you can be in the middle of a boss fight and nothing's going right. Like, you're not getting any crits, you're getting hit all the time and dying. And a death costs, like, 25 seconds or something. But there is absolutely nothing that you can do to prevent it. So, it's really easy to get, like, just overwhelmed, to get completely frustrated and then lose focus and have all kinds of errors afterwards. Yeah, I don't know. This run has all kinds of bad luck and all kinds of mistakes, but it has all kinds of good luck too. And I have no interest in trying to improve it. It's kind of like Pokemon in terms of the luck. Like, if you get a crit in Pokemon in a critical battle, I mean, it can save a lot of time. At the same time, if you get, if you get into an extra trainer battle from a spinner or something, I mean, that it's like an extra battle in this. It's just a lot of avoidable extra time that you don't want. All kinds of things can go wrong, so you just gotta try and take it in stride, I guess. Alright, back to the bathroom. This is one point that I commonly mess up, because once I get the key, I like to go use it, but you have to run to the bathroom first. So this room here has these invisible alarms that I run through. And the first one is always going to be off. Like, you always run through it if you hold down and dash when you enter that room. But the second one is always going to be active at the same time. And, I practiced some ways to try and skip that and avoid it and whatnot. And it's really just not worth the time, because there's such a small window to get through there. And it's so easy to avoid those encounters that it's maybe... Jeez, I don't even know. I've never been able to do it consistently enough where I'd try. Because if you do hesitate to try and sneak through the barrier when it's deactivated, and then you miss it anyways, you end up just losing all the time that you hesitated. So, I just take what I can get, cut my losses. Of course I have some. What a jerk. He could just give me the glasses and save a lot of hassle. Alright, so you're gonna see the one R&D room that's in this place. And maybe then you'll understand why I want to use the portable instead of trying to run back here after I get the item. That's... Man, that sucks. Oh my god. This luck is so rough. Mystic Commander. Yikes. Awful fight. See, again, it's one of those things like... I don't know. I don't know. I thought I snuck past him, but he wandered back over to the left. And you'll probably think like, well, geez, PJ, you know, you're such an idiot. You could have just moved one tile to the left. But, you know, I've done that too, and moving to the left will aggro the guy to the left, and then you're really trapped. So, again, it's just one of those things. It happens. Unavoidable battles. Or, avoidable happens. Wow, okay. Avoidable battles happen. There we go. Alright, so we made our glasses. The chameleon glasses, when you equip them, they tint the whole screen red, and they let you see some things that are invisible. Mainly just those barriers, the alarm barriers. There's one door in this place that's invisible that you can see with it. And there's a spaceship in the past you can see. That's about it. Also, I think, yeah, if you use the chameleon glasses in, man, that stupid turbo. I hate these guys. See, this is why it's a good reason to not level up so close to level 16. Because when I get into those battles, I don't have to worry about trying to run. I just kill him, move on. Man, I just remembered I had another turbo fiasco later on. It's pretty awful. Completely forgot about that until now. Love that character. Yeah, this dungeon gets pretty monotonous, I'm not gonna lie. I think this is the slowest dungeon though. Everything else is pretty reasonably quick. Just run straight to the bosses and then that's it. It's so rare for me to actually make it to this point in an attempt. I was so nervous. I was sweating bullets. And like, so my controller is already pretty loose because I've been using this controller for 20 years or whatever. So the D-pad is like mush. That's the way that I like the D-pads, but you know, when your thumb's sweating and you gotta try and make some quick maneuvers, some quick turns to avoid enemies, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't happen. So it starts to happen a little bit here, but like you really see it in the end. The second last boss in battle, you know, I'm trying to run to the right with my robot and I'm like switching lanes. I think there was one point when I tried to allocate the stats, and you know, there's no like automatic turbo or anything on the D-pad. If you hold it for long enough, it'll pour the points in manually or automatically, but it's pretty slow. So I mash on the D-pad, and sometimes when I was doing that, it was like wiggling up and down I was like trying to put points into energy, and it was like changing the color of the robot. I'm pretty sure it was this run. I don't think it was my other one. I think it was this. I don't know, we'll have to see. Lots of exciting things ahead. So this run I got, I already said, you know, I decided to do this because I didn't have internet hooked up in my apartment yet, and I had the whole day, the whole weekend really free. So I just like binge played it. And I had one attempt earlier in this day that made it really far. It made it to the boss, D-Rose, and she's, geez, I guess the fourth last boss, but she's like in the last 40 minutes of the run. Like at that point, there's really not much that can go wrong. You just need good boss luck, or reasonable boss luck, and you're fine. Like the map navigation's really easy. There's not too much to remember. Just watching cutscenes and killing stuff. And I just got totally demolished by this boss. I had like 10 repairs. She takes 23 hits to kill, and I got about 8 hits in before I ran out of repairs. Like, just absolutely slaughtered in this run. And I have no idea why it even happened, because when you get to a certain point, your evasion is so high that normal attacks can't hit you. The only thing that can hit you is critical hits, and only certain attacks from bosses are even eligible for critical hits. But I was getting hit by, like, everything. It was awful. Speaking of awful, there's another battle that I just barely didn't squeeze by. Okay, so quickly, in that room I collected a scrap 9, a sword 4, and 5,000 gold. Oh, stupid turbo. So I was like, oh, I'll just run by that turbo, and then he juked me. So bad. And this is the world's slowest turbo. Oh my god. So bad. Anyway, scrap 9 was the item that I was waiting for. That's the reason that I didn't want to reach 16. Now that I'm level 9, wow, now that I have scrap 9, I can level whenever I want. Scrap 9 combined with scrap 3 will give me tank treads. And, so, the way that boots work in this game is that they all have some sort of modifier to your movement capabilities, and some have, like, defense bonuses. So, boots 1, 2, and 3, they don't affect your speed at all, and they slightly increase your, like, the number of spaces you can move in battle. Boots 4 increases your movement to the maximum and your movement speed to the maximum. So you can move 8 spaces and you move really quickly in battle. Boots 6 is the same, but I think it has a defense bonus on top of that. Boots 5, on the other hand, doesn't have maximum movement. It's, I think 6 spaces you can move. And it drops your speed to a crawl. Like, really, really slow. Really, really slow. I don't think you understand how slow you move until you see this thing. But it gives you, I think it's 32 evasion points and 16 defense points, which is, it's huge. It's massive. It's more evasion and defense than I get from my shield. In fact, it's the highest evasion and defense that you get from anything, except for the highest level shield. And I think that shield is a 32 and 32 instead of a 16 32. So when you stack all these things, when you have boots that have that evasion, and a shield pack, your evasion is like 170 something. Just like way, way huge evasion, and nothing can hit you. And it's like right around that critical evasion value. Oh my god, I forgot how well the turbos were playing in this round. Stupid shifty eye robot. What a waste. I completely forgot that I got into 3 fights with turbos. That's so bad. Anyways, we're done with the backtracking here. We're done. So it's time to blow up the base and move on. But yeah, Boots 5, it's definitely necessary for this strategy. Even if you have, like, the best shield in the game and a shield pack in, like, Boots 6 or something, which still has some defense and some evasion, you still get just butchered by the bosses. Boots 5 really pushes it that notch into invincibility. But, like I said, critical hits avoid evasion. So if an enemy gets a critical hit, I'm taking damage. I intentionally fight this power mole to hopefully get my level. Yep, there it is. Good job. And now is Ampersand's time to shine. Gets his Boots 5. I'm gonna adjust his stats. And then we're good to go. Exo's gonna take a back seat. He doesn't need power anymore because he's not gonna be attacking. At this point, he is just my backup robot. He's just gonna sit there and watch Ampersand crush stuff, and when Ampersand dies, he's gonna come in to revive him. That's all Exo's gonna do from now on. So, the stats that I use for Ampersand are max power, 1 health, and the most speed that I have points for, which at this point is just 90, but it'll eventually just be max. And then the rest will go into charge, so he can refuel faster. It doesn't really make any difference for anything except the final boss. And I think Black Tank, if your charge is really low, then he gets to attack twice instead of... or 3 times. I don't know. He gets to attack once more per round. Alright, I knew there was a power mole there, but I forgot what row he was in. I've had so many unintentional battles already, I just wanted to make sure that I didn't get into another one. There's only a bit left to do in this place. We're basically just going to the temple to kill the boss now. I have to give a huge shout out to the website Hookshot. It has the most in-depth Robotrek guide I've ever seen. In fact, it has the most in-depth guide of anything that I've ever seen. It just happens to be Robotrek. It has anything you could ever ask for. It has, a full in-depth walkthrough. It's got a checklist of every item in the game incorporated into the walkthrough. So it's room by room, points out which capsules have what things, where all the hidden items are. It also has an item page. It has every item in the game, even the dummied items. It has every possible location where you can get them. Every shop you can buy them from. Every enemy that drops them. Even for something like a cure that's found all over, it has every location. So it was extremely important for my routing. And I didn't even know about it until my route was approaching the final phases. But there were 2 hidden items here that I didn't know about. And I'm going to collect them right now. I mentioned how important money is. There's 1,000 gold and a Hammer 2. Hammer 2 sells for 3,000 gold. It is the most expensive item in the game except for Blade 4. I think Blade 4 is more expensive. So that's a quick 4,000 gold. On top of all the money that I got from the beret grinding, I'm set. And that's like just a huge relief. To not have to worry about money is huge. So that was a massive help. That website also has all of the boss HP values. It has an experience table, has all of the damage values for weapons, a combinations chart, so you can figure out how to make certain weapons. It's the best resource for Robotrek out there. I absolutely love that site. Okay, Big Eye. This is a great strategy that I found. If you hide in the bottom row, and the bottom, or like the very far tile, he'll eventually fly over to you, and if you're far enough to the side, towards the edge of the screen, he'll still be facing towards the edge of the screen, so you can get a back attack on him. He has 600 HP, so I can kill him in 3 hits if I get back attacks. And now you see the power of Boots 5. I don't even have a shield pack equipped, which is an additional, I think, 16 evasion. Just Boots 5 into shields and some points in speed, and he can do nothing against it. So, get used to that. That's how most boss battles are going to go now. Okay, I'm level 18, and I guess now is as good a time as any to talk about this. Inventor's Friend 18 is Turbo Pack. And, obviously it goes on your backpack. It increases, regardless of what boots you have, it increases your movement to the maximum, and increases your movement speed to the maximum. So even though I have the tank treads equipped, I can still move 8 spaces, and I move as fast as I would with the hover pad or the rollerblades. It doesn't seem like that big of a deal, but for the next few enemies that I'm going to fight, they're called shells. They give the most experience out of any enemy in the game. They give 30 experience, 30 megs. You'll keep in mind that the enemies that I grinded against, the berets, they give 2.5. It's unbelievable how much experience they give. But they have 100 HP, they have huge defense, and huge evasion. And I'm willing to bet that most people have never killed one. With the strongest weapon in the game, X3, level 9, maximum power, using the second robot who has a boosted melee attack, I do about 75 damage if I hit. So on top of their evasion, they can also block, just like a shield. So it's really hard to hit them. And you have to hit them twice before they escape, and they escape as quickly as they can. They're basically cactars. But I found that if you use Boots 5 with maximum evasion and Shield 3, you have a really high chance of hitting them. Like, really good chance. And it's an even better chance to hit them than using, like, Boots 4, the rollerblades, with a shield pack. Just because you get, again, that additional 16 evasion that you wouldn't otherwise have. So, Boots 5 plus Turbo Pack is actually one of the deadliest combinations that you can get. It's perfect for that grinding. It's like a really, really easy, foolproof way, almost, to do it. I only have to kill 2 shells to reach level 20, and I normally do it in about 2 minutes. So, it's really quick grinding, really easy grinding. I also use it for, I think 4 boss fights, maybe 3. Because again, the Boots 5 gives me such a big evasion boost that I don't need the shield pack on top of it. I just need Boots 5 and Turbo Pack, and I'll be able to avoid all their attacks. And it lets me get back attacks on bosses. It lets me close the gap quicker, it lets me chase them quicker, so it saves a lot of time. Turbo Pack is certainly one of the most useful items. So right now, what I'm going to do is read Inventor's Friend 15, which is Shield Pack, That's at Father's house. I think in this run, I think this is the run where I forget to go there and I enter Rococo briefly first. And then I read Inventor's Friend 18, which is in Spaceman's house. Yeah, and then I'll be doing some grinding. So, there's one thing I should mention here, and that's, this is a single segment run, but it's done on 2 discs. My DVDs can only record 2 hours at a time, and this is a 4-hour run, so I have to change discs. I do that right here because in my previous run, see, there you go, there was my mistake entering Rococo, so I gotta go back. In my previous run, I was just at like the 2-hour mark right now. And the DVDs can record like up to 2 hours, 10 minutes maybe. So I just wanted to stop once it said 2 hours and do the disc change then. And I did the disc change at the same time in this run, even though it didn't say 2 hours. Just for consistency's sake, I just wanted to get it out of the way. But the way that the disc change worked is that I opened up the menu, I stopped recording, I threw in another disc, formatted it, started recording, unpaused, and continued. And I think I took a bathroom break in between and got something to drink, just a few minutes in between, but it was still the same attempt. Just honking the horn to the music. Right, so it's still the same attempt. I didn't like save and reload and then just pretend to be in the same spot and do it again from there. I mean, it's the same attempt. If I were to do that, I would have gotten much better luck in the second half. But that's what it is. You're gonna notice an audio discontinuity, I'll say. I cut out some of the pausing, but I left in like 2 seconds of it. For the purposes of SDA timing, it doesn't count. But I wanted it in there anyways. Yeah. And unfortunately, that was one of the reasons I wanted to stream this run. Just so that like the disc change would be like it was all done live, so you could see that nothing funny was going on with the disc change. But fortunately, the circumstances prevented that. So you'll just have to take my word for it. Alright, Shield Pack and Turbo Pack are made. And the second menu here is the disc change. Okay, there it was. If you heard the audio, no, it wasn't synced up or anything. That's what it's from. Alright, so it's time to grind. Just gonna push Carl through this door real quick. And we're good to go. Now this is the most peculiar grinding of my life. I just don't even know what to say about this. So you'll see there's Turbo Pack in fine form. Shells, see, he ran away like straight away. Whenever they're accompanied by commanders, I want to defend, because then it gives the commanders a chance to attack instead of the shells run. But he still ran away as soon as he could. This is just unbelievable. I mean, I've never had so many commanders in my life. Ever. I end up killing 7 commanders in this fight. And I was really frustrated about it at first, because it took like a minute to get through that battle. But that 7 megs of experience is critical. Okay, here's the second fight. I'll shut up for a bit. 69, 31. Exactly the damage that I need. It's only possible with this setup. Only possible with Robot 2, Max Power, X3 Level 9. I don't bother adjusting my stats because it doesn't make a difference for either robot. Take the upper door to the mouse shop because it has a quicker load time than the bottom one. Get right back to it. So this, I go to the bottom row because if I went to the top, the commander would go, or if I went to the middle, the commander could have trapped me. Instead, I still got trapped. I've never gotten trapped like that. And coincidentally, I got my first ever back attack against a shell. That guy summoned a commander who immediately exploded into my robot, and then attacked nothing. Man, like that whole battle was just wrong. Like I said, I've never had grinding like that. It was just... what the hell? Right, so... I owe you a bit of explanation from before. Since I cut it so close with level 18, like I pretty much got exactly the experience that I needed to reach level 18. Because of that, 2 shells wouldn't get me to level 20. I needed like 65 experience, and they would give me 60. So, to get that last 5, I'd have to get something. The only enemies that are even within a few rooms are shells. So I'd either have to hope for another shell and like completely overkill the experience I need, or what happened here. I'd get 7 commanders, and that would help. So it ended up working out in the end. It just looks absolutely ridiculous. I don't even know what to say. But we made it. We're level 20. Level 20 is... Adventurous Friend level 20 is Vanish. And I just made 2 of them. Vanish is the best thing in the game. I've said that for about 10 different items so far, but this really is the best. It's a limited time consumable item, and it prevents all encounters when you're heavy equipped. See, like I'm running right next to these enemies, not getting into a battle. Unfortunately, for the game, that is, not unfortunately for me, the game doesn't really know how to like take care of the timer. So, as long as you unequip it before it disappears, and then, like you can re-equip it right afterwards. But as long as you unequip it before it disappears and go back to the map, the timer is reset. So you can use it as many times as you want. You could be wondering then why I made 2 of them, and the answer for that's very simple. If you leave it active for a little bit too long, then it's gone. It disappears forever, and you have to make a new one. And the R&D machines that I have access to are very limited for the rest of the game. It's basically only after boss fights and 1 storyline R&D room. And I kind of have it picked out where I have to unequip, where I have to refresh the Vanish. But if an enemy blocks me, like if there's a 1 tile wide pass, like right there, and the urchin stands right in front of it. Alright, idling before he leaves, okay. If I get blocked anywhere there, the timer is still running. So you can't really do it based on, like, number of steps like you can in Breath of Fire. You just kind of have to have a feel for when it's gonna expire. And sometimes, when you're in the middle of a good run, and, your heart's pumping and you're sweating, you lose track of time a bit. And, that other run that I mentioned that made it to D-Rose and lost, I ended up going through 3 vanishes, because, like, I'd keep getting blocked by, like, the last enemy that I wanted to get past before I refreshed it. I'd miss the refresh by, like, a second. Just barely miss it. So the backup is really useful there. And then, obviously, I'd kill a boss, and buy a new Vanish. That run had some pretty absurd gold drops. I got like I think it was 6,000 gold, might have been 5,000 from one of the bosses, from the next boss that I'm going to fight here. So I had plenty of money to buy Vanishes. It's just a lot of wasted time. Also, if you enter a cutscene with Vanish equipped, it disappears immediately, regardless of the timer. So you have to know where all the cutscene triggers are, and remember to undo Vanish before then. Another great thing about Vanish is that you can run over slow terrain twice as fast with Vanish. Slow terrain being staircases, like the one I just went up, narrow passageways in some caves, and puddles. So you can run over them a lot quicker, and it actually does save quite a bit of time, believe it or not. It's not worth equipping Vanish just to run up a staircase, but if there are enemies there, you want to make sure that you have Vanish equipped when you run through those narrow passes or over the puddles. So the downside of using Turbo Pack and Shield Pack is that I can't use RXR. Remember, RXR, the X in RXR is a bomb. And if there's no bomb, if you have a backpack equipped, you can't use it. So whenever I want to use ampersand to kill a group of enemies for those forced battles, where there's an enemy blocking a door or standing on a switch that I have to kill, I have to equip a bomb on him so he can use that. And I timed it out whether or not it's faster to just leave the turbo pack on versus switching to a bomb and then switching back. And it really does depend on what the enemies do. If you have two enemies and they don't call for help, it's faster to just use the turbo pack. But if you have two enemies and they call for reinforcements, you just lost 20 seconds. And if you have three enemies, you could be stuck there for a minute, like those 7 commanders. So I don't worry about it. I just switch to the bomb and take care of it. There's another guy here, and you actually don't have to fight this guy. But you have to go back through to where I was before with the real mayor. You have to go back there once more. And you can either take the mouse holes like I did, or you can kill this guy and open up the doorway. And it's 2 seconds faster to kill him and open up the doorway. So, I don't know, I just do that. Alright, so this boss, he's one of the more frustrating bosses, in my opinion, because he has a really, really high critical hit chance. Like, really high. It's like 50%. I think only one of his attacks is eligible for it. His guns, not the bombs. But it's still, it's awful. I normally die 3 times when I fight this guy. But in this run, I had the luck of the ages, and... well, let's see. I don't know. I didn't rewatch this fight since I did it. I hope I'm not misremembering. And again, I use Turbo Pack here because the threat with him is crits. Not the other stuff. So Shield Pack wouldn't help at all. That's the attack that normally crits and it missed. So yeah, I killed him. He didn't even move. He normally hops around you, hops behind your robot and shoots you that way. And he moves really slowly, slower than Boost 5 speed. So that was probably my fastest fight by about 1.5 minutes, just because I didn't die, which is the second time ever that that's happened. And he didn't move, which is the first time that's ever happened. So, I mean, that fight was unreal. And that alone probably made up for most of the unintentional battles that I got into in the volcano. it's just, yeah, it's a frustrating fight for sure. So that was a huge relief. But at the same time, I already had a run that lost, or that failed to one of the later bosses. So I mean, I'm not in the clear. I was really, really nervous for the D-Rose fight still. Got Stone L. For some reason they didn't put a space in that text. It's alright though, I'll cut him some slack. So, yeah, I haven't really been talking at all, even a little bit, about the plot. Been too preoccupied talking about my grinding strategies. So basically, in that volcano, after we killed Big Eye, we got Stone 3, which is third of these Tetrads? I think Tetrad is one of the Star Tropics games. I think they're Tetron. So they're like these legendary stones that my ancestor made. And when you have all three of them, you have some great power, some great control over space-time or something. I don't really know. When I got back to Rococo, the fake mayor arrested me and said that they were his and I stole them. So he got them back, and it turns out one of them was hidden because the real mayor hid that. Not sure how the real mayor ever even got that stone, but whatever, he did, and he hid it. I kill the fake mayor, save him, collect that stone, so the three stones aren't united, the world is saved, whatever, yada yada. And Rose steals it and reveals herself as being the criminal mastermind behind this whole plan. Rose was like the secretary for the mayor or something. I don't even know that I talked to her even a single time in this run. So, if you're just seeing this for the first time, first of all, congrats for sitting this far. I wouldn't expect anybody to watch this game for more than 2 hours without ever having played it. Yeah, and second of all, you probably have no idea who Rose is, so that was for you. This is Meta Crab, the guy that I killed first boss. Just a normal crab now, being bullied. So, I'll save him. I made my living by crabbing. Wouldn't be right to refuse a crab's request. I like that guy. So, we've got to sail all the way over to this snowy mountain place. And this is, again, a really frustrating part, because you have to backtrack. But instead of being like simple backtracking through a few rooms of a dungeon, you have to sail all the way back to Rococo, and then sail all the way back here. And, I mean, I did my best to try and find sequence breaks and tricks for this game, but I didn't succeed at all. I don't know if that's because it's a quintet game and it's really well programmed, or if I just wasn't trying the right things. But, I mean, if someone finds even one cutscene skip or one sequence break, it can probably cut chunks of time off this run. That bird up there on that ledge is actually really silly, because he can fight you when you're climbing the rope, even though he shouldn't be able to reach you. A battle still initiates there. This is my favorite NPC in the game, the snowman builder. I forgot what he says when you talk to him. I know when you talk to him later times, he says like, I got lots of spare time, so I made some more. Something like that. This is another place where, like, the vanish usage is really awkward. There's only, like, 2 rooms in this whole place that have enemies in them. But there are also rooms that are, like, really impossible to navigate past the enemies if they're there. So, I mean, if that enemy's on the far left, I can run past him. This guy, I can never seem to get past without aggroing him, or without using Vanish, I mean. But, I don't know, I hate to use Vanish for just one room. Alright, here we go, we exposed ourselves. Now we gotta take on all 8 of these hackers. Just like a moth to a flame. And they combine to just 2 commanders, like Voltron. 4 hackers each. Just like that, it cleared out the whole room. You know, I just kind of realized that this whole thing that I'm doing here is kind of non sequitur. Like, all my stuff got stolen, my dad is still captured somewhere. And, instead I decided to go to the harbor to save Metacrab. And then, you know, take a boat here. Actually, maybe... Yeah, I think Metacrab actually mentioned that I should go here. Something about my father being taken here. So I guess it's not as non sequitur as I thought. Just not paying attention to the dialogue anymore. But hey, we found Carl's dad. So now we gotta play postman and run all the way back to Carl's house. And deliver this to him. See, it's greedy like that. Or I didn't want to equip a Vanish for just one room. But I got cornered. Fortunately, if I'm really fast, I can take a Vanish from here all the way to the end of the other room with enemies. So I can do it just one Vanish. But if I get blocked for a little bit too long, the Vanish will be lost forever. But we made it, so awesome. Good for me. Two more snowmen. That guy's a champion. He's the best. And there's no cutscene skip. No nothing. No way to make this go any faster. We just gotta sit through the sailing. At the same time, in the middle of the run, this was actually a very welcome diversion. It gave me some time to try and dry off my thumbs. Could get a drink. Not long enough to run to the bathroom, though. That was a bit of a problem. But I made it. I made it through the whole run. And then ran to the bathroom immediately after the final blow. Alright, so yeah, you know, we gotta deliver the letter and whatnot, that's all fine and good, but the more important thing is that I have to stock up on repairs, because I have like 6 or something. And that's not nearly enough for the rest of the game. Not at all. But this is also where money comes into play. Gotta have money for repairs. On top of the shield packs and turbo pack. 300 each. So I think I buy 8 or 9 of these. And when I was buying these, I was like, man, you know, if I really have to use 12 repairs, this probably isn't the run anyways. Well, you'll see. I end up using all of them except 2. My luck was just awful. It was real bad. Alright, well, speaking of the bathroom, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'll let you listen to the nice music and watch me backtrack. Alrighty. Fortunately, this is like the last really irritating backtracking section. The rest of the game, I think, is pretty good. And I think I've actually already said that about some other part of the run. But now I really mean it. This is the last backtracking. Alright, so Carl decided to inscribe his letter, or his note, on this litho, which is the thing that he got from the first, the capsule after Metacrab. Turns out the litho is ancient blueprints from my ancestor to make a spaceship. Not a spaceship, I guess, just a normal ship. So, yeah, for some reason, Carl's father decides to give me this ship that he just spent years making. And it just fits conveniently in my backpack, which is awesome. So, we found the fortress where my father is hidden. I'm gonna go kick some ass, take some names, and get him back. So there's actually a lot of really good stuff in this place. There's like 12,000 gold worth of... Oh. Yeah, capsules worth like 12,000 gold in this place. There's like 6 of them or something. There's another scrap 9, there's another scrap 3. The scrap 3 is in the room directly below me. Like if I were to hold down right now, I would run straight into the room. For a scrap 3. So I could make another Boots 5 if I wanted for Exo. But, I don't care about Exo that much, he'll be fine. There's also some like really unique weapons that you can pick up here, but I've got my axe, I'm fine. I don't need anything else. This is another place that kind of tricks me a lot. Like I mentioned in the volcano cave, I mean this is gonna be a stretch. I don't know if anyone was paying attention to that, but there was one point where I got a key, and I always like to run to the locked door and use the key instead of taking care of this other side quest first. There's another point like that here, and you make this helmet that lets you go into computers. And I always tend to run straight to where I fight the boss in the computer, instead of taking care of the storyline quest. I don't think it happened in that other run that I lost to D-Rose, but I know it did happen in one of my other runs years ago, when I was doing the old route. I know that happened to me once. Just getting a little bit ahead of myself. Just trying to get through it as quickly as I can. So, another reason that, like, obviously you see how important Vanish is. The reason that I wanted to get it where I did get it, before the sewers, is because you can't backtrack after this place. You can't go back to Rococo and read that book, so you have to do it before here. And even if you could backtrack, like this whole place is full of commanders, and they're really difficult to avoid. Like, they wander around really, really aimlessly. All the corridors are narrow, they're all 3 tiles, and if you aggro a commander, they'll usually run straight in the middle. So Vanish, I mean, it saves so much time here. Similarly, I buy a whole bunch of repairs in Rococo after I talk to Carl, because you can't buy repairs till, well, geez, it would be like another hour from now. You'll see why when I get there, but yeah, there are no available shops. And there's an inventor's friend that that lets you make repairs in an R&D room. I think that's 24, maybe? 25? I think the mid-20s are all items for Spaceman. So cure, clean, repair. I think you can build smoke. Cure, clean, repair, smoke. There's 4. I think weather is another one. Alright, so yeah, time for recycling. Build the Cyberjack first, so I don't forget it. That's happened before, that's really embarrassing. And then build some shield 3s. The shields are for Exo. Right now he has shield 2s, and they have, you know, they're alright. They add a little bit of evasion, a little bit of defense, but shield 3, it's a really good investment. It's nice to have him upgraded with those. Now normally, when I have my backup robot with 99 guard and 99 speed and 2 shields and a shield pack, nothing has any chance of killing him. I mean, he rarely takes damage, and when he does, it's in the single digits. But for some reason, in this run, he was getting pounded. Like, he almost died twice. Once was because I forgot to equip Shield Pack and had him charge into battle with the Turbo Pack equipped. But, yeah, the other time he was like fully decked out. He had all the right gear. He was just getting hit really hard. And I don't understand why that is. I really have no idea. I think the evasion stat might be bugged somehow. Because sometimes, like, I think it was... Yeah, it was that run that I lost to D-Rose. She was hitting me, and I was taking damage. Like, I was dying to attacks that weren't crits. Like, I was just getting hit by attacks. And I don't think I've ever been hit by an attack that wasn't a crit by her. And, like, all my gear was the same, my stats were the same. It was just... that whole battle was wrong. And, I don't really understand that. It happened in this run, actually, with the second last boss. He was hitting me with just normal attacks, and it was incredibly frustrating. But that's the nature of the game. It was probably a poor time to refresh Vanish, but better safe than sorry. Okay, so now we got the key to the guy who stole my father's memory, because he doesn't remember who I am. So I gotta go and destroy this guy. I used Turbo Pack against him with ampersand because, well, because my evasion's so high that Bug doesn't have a chance to hit me. This fight you can kill him in one hit if you get a crit. He has 800 health, and a crit does like 903 or something to him. So if you're lucky, you can kill him on the first turn. If you're unlucky, you'll kill him on the fourth turn. I got somewhere in between and managed to get 2 back attacks on him. So, he dies in 3 attacks. Now normally, I don't understand what Bug was doing in this round. But both times I fought him, instead of like running away, he just does this row change. And not, like normally he'll hit you and he'll run, 6 tiles away and then face you, so you can't get a back attack. But in this fight, like, he'd hit me and then just shift down once so I could get an easy back attack for a 3-round kill. And in his refight, he was doing the same exact thing, except the refight is much, much longer. So those back attacks saved, like, a lot of time. A lot of time. Okay. This might be a good time to mention run resistance. I've kind of hinted at it a few times. May as well go. So, the run command, that's what I use RXR with, and that's what the triple sword swing is. It's a run. Well, it's a program, but the run command lets you run the program. Because they're robots. Yeah. So right there, I'm switching to shield pack because the next boss actually has pretty good accuracy, so I need higher evasion for him. No more turbo pack. So there are some enemies and some bosses that have this inherent resistance to the run command. And I mentioned that Berets had it before, because you can't use RXR to kill them, it'll just do 1 damage. Spiders also have run resistance. Ho-Hos and Ellis Smokes and Plas Smokes in the old mansion. A whole bunch of other enemies that I don't really know because I don't fight them here. And then a few bosses have run resistance. And if you use the run command, it'll just do 1 damage or 3 damage or something. But if you crit, it ignores run resistance and defense. So, like for D-Rose, she has run resistance and she has 2,000 health. A normal hit does around 90. Normal sword swing, that is. And look at this capsule. 5,000 gold just sitting there. If you get a crit with an RRR, a triple swing, it'll do like 870 or something. So a crit with that is worth, 11 normal swings. But the chances of getting a crit are 1 in 16. So statistically speaking, it's better to just use normal swings instead of hoping for a crit. I get around run resistance in the beginning of the game against spiders and ho-hos and Ellis Smokes and Plas Smokes by just floating points into power. So even though they're resistant to it, I can still kill them. I can still do 16 or 20 or 30 damage if I'm strong enough. But you can't do that when you get to this point, because the game expects that you have at least some reasonably strong equipment. But yeah, there are 2 bosses with run resistance, and they're both a major pain in the ass. We're not quite at them yet, but we will be. Alright, so to catch up on the storyline, I found my father, and his memory was gone. And they were using him to build this laser beam that was going to destroy Rococo. But I saved his memory by killing Bug. So he had his memory back, and he remembered about the laser beam, and he went to go shut it off. What I'm doing is chasing after Blackmore, who's the guy, the Pumpkinhead guy. He's, the apparent mastermind behind this. The mastermind changes almost every place that we go to. So yeah, I drained the water to go chase him to his tower. That's what I'm doing. My dad's gonna go blow up the laser beam. So the fight against Blackmore, I don't really know how to describe it. He doesn't have run resistance, so I'm gonna attack him whenever I can with RRR. And, you know, if I get a crit, then great. If I don't, then whatever. It's 107 damage or something. But he has an attack where he just smashes into you. And if it hits, you get knocked back all the way to the far side of the screen. And since I'm using Shield Pack because I need the evasion, I don't have Turbo Pack equipped, which means that my tank treads are actually moving at tank tread speed. So if I get knocked back, I lose like 3 turns from having to walk back to him. So instead what I do is I just defend in place for 2 turns, and Blackmore will always inch forward. So I can always attack him every turn no matter what he does at this point. He has 4 different attacks that he can use. He has that ram, he has the bombs, he has the ground bullets that you saw, kind of looks like fire, and he has these little army men that he'll deploy, which he might use right here. So the attack that's the threat is those bullets. That's the one with the high crit chance. The army guys very rarely crit. I don't even know if they can. The bombs never crit, but the bullets have a high crit chance. What we're noticing there with the blocking, there's the army guys. If you block the first attack of an enemy's turn, at least for a boss, I don't know if it's the same for a normal enemy. If you block the first attack, you'll block every attack. So when he rammed me and I blocked the first one, I also blocked the subsequent 2. Same with the army soldiers. I blocked the first one and I also blocked the second one. But that fight was basically perfect. The only way that it could be sped up is if I got a crit, honestly. But it's not reasonable to rely on that. I think he died in it was under 8 turns at least. So I mean, there was only a 50% chance, statistically again, that I would see a crit in that entire battle. But I mean, now I'm really feeling the pressure because Papa Mecha, well, going all the way back, right? Metacrab was a great fight. I didn't have to cure. I didn't heal at all. He gave me really good patterns. Killed him in 6 hits, right as planned. Mamurana died on the first turn, first hit, but had a great fight after that. Big Eye, I killed in 3 hits, didn't die. Papa Mecha, I killed in 4 hits, didn't die somehow. And he didn't move, which is big. Bug, I killed in 3 hits, which has actually never happened to me. It's never happened to me without a crit. Because he didn't run away. I've never gotten 2 back attacks on him. And then Blackmore, I didn't die either. So, my boss luck, and the grinding luck even, the luck on the shells, and my luck with money drops has been phenomenal. But where I get screwed is from, the capsules appearing right in front of enemies, so I can't RXR them. I lost probably 2 minutes from that. The unintentional battles that I've gotten into, the minor map navigation things. Yeah, it's a really sketchy run. Okay, so, we defeated Blackmore, and, we run back into that room and see that Rose has control of the Tetron. And, whatever, she's the mastermind again. She was just using Blackmore. Blackmore overheard it and just blows the whole thing to pieces. And, apparently, I don't know why it does, but it sends us back into time. Maybe the explosion activated the Tetron. That was a bit of unluck. If you mash the menu button, you can avoid every encounter. I guess I just wasn't mashing fast enough, or the timing was bad, but hey, I escaped on the first try, which is great. Damage control is right there. It's pretty nice. That was actually pretty quick thinking, because I forgot that I didn't have a bomb equipped with him, so I couldn't have even RXR'd if I wanted to. I'm pretty impressed that I remembered that in the middle of the run. I also have the bomb equipped because there are 3 forced battles here. And actually, one of them isn't quite forced if you use a little menu trick. But I mess it up in this run, so I have to fight. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I don't RXR in this one. I walk. Right. Honestly, there is no reason for me to do that, besides just being a massive idiot. I lose about 7 seconds, it looks like. But, and again, I keep referencing that run. In the run that failed to D-Rose, I used RXR and I missed. And, had to refill the whole meter, and then I went to swing normally after that, and oh no, I didn't swing normally. I RXR'd again after that. Because it was going to be faster than like walking 2 tiles to swing, and I missed a second time. And by missed, I mean they blocked it. It wasn't an actual miss, it was a block. So yeah, that was just me being like way overly cautious. Perhaps a bit too cautious, but whatever. I mean, it worked out, so. This, I think I make another map error in this. I think. This place is dumb, because it's like, this really is non sequitur. You know, you go talk to, shoot, what's her name? The woman that's looking after you. She's like, alright, I gotta go get medicine from the neighbor's house. And then apparently you have to go to the tool shop and talk to her, then go to the Forest of Illusion to go to the ship. And then after that, it's like a bunch of just more backtracking between like your house and the ship and the cave and the ship and your house. I know I made a mistake during this night of attempts, but I don't remember if it was this one or if it was that other one that failed. But we'll find out. We sure will. So there you go, there's the, I'd call it a throwback, but that's not at all what it is. That's Count Frankie. Frankie? Frankly? No, Frankie. Frankie and Igor trying to build their mansion, but you know, in the present, their mansion is north from the Forest of Illusion. This is south, so they couldn't build their mansion down here because there was an invisible spaceship. So that's why they chose to build it up there. Also, if you build a little robot, I think that's one of the inventor's friends. Or no, it's a side quest. You learn to build that from an old lady in Rococo. If you build that, you can give it to Frankie and Igor to help him build the mansion. And he's actually in the mansion in the present, in one of the rooms that I didn't go to. So I thought that was pretty cool. Right, so basically in the past, you know, I meet Rask, my ancestor. He's the guy that I talked to in the grave before the old mansion. He was the guy that made the blueprints that Carl wrote on, and he's the inventor of the Tetron. So I got blown all the way into the past to his days, and he's just recovering from a crash. Their ship crashed into the cave. Well, his ship did. Cookie and Gato, their ship is alright. But right now they're just trying to figure out what's going on, because apparently my character looks just like Rask. And he's all freaking out because he knows that Gato is a bad guy, but everybody else still trusts him. Napoleon there you might recognize for being that robot that helped me get out of the temple after I killed Big Eye. He's also Rask's creation. So I remember an attempt years ago, and right at this point, instead of going back to the ship, I ran straight to the cave, and I went to I went pretty far into the cave before I realized that one of the storyline elements was missing, and I couldn't go any further. And that's pretty embarrassing. Pretty embarrassing loss of time. Oh no, I'm positive now. I'm positive now that this is the one that had the map error. Yeah. Man, that sucks. Well, we'll see it. It's like maybe 10 minutes away. 15 minutes away, something. So this map was basically designed for Vanish. There's a lot of water, a lot of puddles. There's a lot of slow terrain, like the narrow passageways. And a lot of enemies in very narrow corridors. And the big fans here, they like to walk right in the middle. So it's tough to avoid them. That little one-tile pass that I walked through normally slows you down. That's what I mean by the narrow pass. And that one right there, there's one coming up right here as well. There's no more enemies, but there's a lot of puddles and another passageway here. And Vanish actually does save more time. It's worth going into the menu to equip Vanish just for that terrain, believe it or not. So, turn into a mouse, he doesn't see me, just stomps right over me. There's the boss door, but we're not quite there yet. Rose spotted me. So the next forced battle is literally right here, and there's a menu trick that you can do. If you press a direction on the D-pad, and then a few frames afterwards open up your menu, you start walking, but you don't actually move, which means that you don't trigger any battles. So you can do that and open up your menu if you're quick enough, equip Vanish, and then run away. But I was a bit too late on the menu this time and wasn't able to do it, so I had to fight that battle. Fortunately, it was only one enemy, and he didn't block, and he didn't kill me, so it was okay. I mean, much better than it could have gone. And this is the last forced battle. And this, it always stings to do this section, because you have to use repair on Napoleon. And, repairs are just... They're like gold. They're so precious. It hurts real bad to have to use one. But that's the way it is. For some reason, I'm way behind on experience in this run too. I should have gotten level 24 from Blackmore, I think. Let me see if I have my chart here. Nope, I closed that. Yeah, I think I was supposed to get level 24 from Blackmore, but I didn't. So, whatever. Alright, now I can walk over fast her slow terrain quickly, but Napoleon can't. So Napoleon is actually Hercules, and just, plowed his way straight through the wall, and then, just tore his way through the rubble. Because he doesn't care. I don't really know why that bug happens. Like right here, you'll notice I still walk fast over slow terrain, but Napoleon has that speed also, or that property, I guess. I don't know if it's because I equipped the Vanish, like right before running over that terrain. I'm honestly not sure what caused him to be slow through that passageway, but hey, it looked pretty neat. So, I'm not going to question it. So we recovered the items that we dropped. I have no idea how the drill fell this far and ended up in a capsule. But, hey, whatever. I mean, it is what it is. I got it back now, so there's nothing left to do but go kill Rose. There's one room here. If I remember correctly, I ended up getting in a battle. Because, because I suck. Alright, so I needed a shield pack equipped for him. And, I thought I had a shield pack equipped with Exo, but I actually didn't. I have Turbo Pack equipped for them, so... yeah, that room there, I thought I had one more tile. I thought it was one tile wider, so I thought I could slip past him. But, no, that's not true. It's not true at all. So I lost another good, 20 seconds from that. It's a shame, because the reason I use chameleon glasses there instead of Vanish is because it's only one inventory, like one menu change. With Vanish I'd have to unequip it, otherwise I'd lose it in this cutscene. But if I had used Vanish, I would have ended up saving like 15 seconds there, just because I wouldn't have gotten into the fight. So, yeah, it's hard to say. It's hard to say what the right move is. So, Gato knows the secret of the Tetron. Rose doesn't quite know. He's just showing how awesome he is and how much she is. Napoleon's onto him, he's gonna go chase him down while I deal with Rose. You know what happens when she gets mad. That's one of the best parts about this game, how awful the translation is. Some of the lines just don't make any sense. You know what happens when she gets mad. Alright, so D-Rose, I already mentioned, she takes like 23 or 24 hits. Normal swings. She's resistant to run, so I can't do the triple swing. And, really the only attack of hers that's a threat is the head smash, that thing. Now, I had, I don't know if I'd say it was my best ever fight, because the fight in my old, 4-hour, 35-minute run got like 4 crits, and it was using Punch and going for broke with RRR. So it killed her like super fast, it was unbelievable. But this is definitely one of the best fights I've had against her. It's a long fight, it's really drawn out, there's nothing you can do to speed it up in a single segment sitting. In a segmented run, I could manipulate the RNG from the title screen to get some crits, but you can't do that here. Also, her laser beam, when she hits you with that, if you blink red afterwards, it disabled one of your commands. And it actually disabled Axe. It disabled my normal attack, so I had no option but to use RRR. I could have guarded, but my charge stat is high enough that I'll fully refill my fuel in one attack, even if I use RRR. So it was worth trying and hoping for a crit. But, yeah, I mean, the luck here is so incredible. I normally get critted by that head smash 1 in 3 times, maybe. Maybe 1 in 4. It's a really dangerous attack. It's unbelievable how many times it missed me here. I don't really understand how it's possible. There we go. 208. It's a good hit. So here comes EXO, and you see some hesitation in the menu there, and that's because I was moving to close the gap because it's quicker when you have normal boots than it is with tank treads. And I noticed how fast I was running, and that's when I realized that I might be in trouble this run. I think she disabled. Nope, she didn't that time. See, that's one of the strange things. A white hit. It wasn't a crit, but it hit me still. So in this fight, I always like to count how many hits I've done against her, and I counted the crit as like 2.5. So it got to this point where EXO has 12 HP, and he'll die the next time that Ampersand dies. Like, Ampersand would die, EXO comes in, revives him, and then EXO gets killed by that attack. And I was at like 22.5 hits, I think, right here. And I was thinking, okay, now, when I die, I think that was 22.5. Yeah, right here. It's like, now do I use a cure on EXO? Or do I just revive Ampersand and hope that the next hit will finish her? Or hope that I dodge? And, fortunately, EXO doesn't die, and the next hit kills her. So, I got incredibly lucky there. Incredibly lucky. 2 deaths is just unbelievable. I normally literally have around 8 deaths against that boss. And I mean, the time it takes for a death to switch in EXO, use a repair, and switch him back out, the time that Spaceman takes to run on screen, the time that Rose takes to attack, it's probably around 20 seconds. So by only having 2 deaths, it probably saves 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes on that fight. It's really phenomenal luck. And at this point, I was basically home free, and I was like just panicking. Because really there's nothing that can happen that can ruin the run at this point. The final 2 bosses are, I don't want to say predictable, but they always give bad luck, and I'm just kind of used to it. In the last dungeon, it's like really easy to navigate. There I go, equipping the shield pack, because I didn't want another near disaster. So I was like starting to lose focus. You know, I had been playing all day long, finally had a great run with unbelievable luck. And, that's when I start making the stupid mistakes. So right here, I'm supposed to run back home. And instead I go to the ship. And, let's see how much time I lose. "24 seconds I lost." So I was like pissed off. I was so mad that I forgot that. Like I was really not happy. But then I kept thinking back, alright, listen, you saved so much time from that D-Rose fight. that no amount of map navigation errors are gonna undo that. So of course, being me, I stepped up to that challenge and tried to make as many as I could to account for that time savings, and I certainly succeeded. You'll see later on. The most epic lapse in judgment in history. Alright, so, Napoleon and Gateau got away. Rask is telling me to chase after him, saying he's not going to go back to Choco, which is their home planet. He's got some unfinished business here to take care of, which is apparently to start a family and create me so I can save the world. And, yep. So, here we are. Gateau tries to use it and ends up malfunctioning. Certainly no foreshadowing there with that line. Oh, the Tetron's defective? So, whatever. Now back to the present, all is well and good. Except, Gateau escaped to the future and is in a giant space station with a laser beam aimed at our planet. Except, apparently, my dad has the Tetron right now. The unfortunate part about this game is that the text is so slow, but I guess that might make it a bit better for everybody watching, because you can actually read and follow along. That's also one of the reasons that I chose to run this instead of the Japanese version, Slapstick. I have to give a big shout out to EXO, again for letting me use his name, but he bought me a copy of Slapstick, and I was planning on doing the run with that version because the cutscenes are quicker. Just because, Japanese text is more efficient than American English. But it turns out that the menus are slower. Like, every time I open up the menu, it's half a second slower or something. And I go into the menu so much from the R&D machine and refreshing Vanish that I don't think it ended up being faster in the end. I didn't time every cutscene because there's a lot of them. And the Japanese version actually has an extra cutscene, but it's only, I think, 18 seconds long. But, I mean, I've done a few playthroughs of both versions. And, just safe playthroughs, saving every once in a while, and having to reload those saves inevitably, but they all came out to be around the same time, just around 4 hours. So, I mean, it wasn't like a 30-minute advantage or anything. It made the cutscenes a bit more tolerable for me, but probably a lot less tolerable for everybody else watching. So, I decided that it would be worth the trade-off, so that anybody could follow along if they hadn't played the game. For a segmented run, should I ever decide to do that, I really don't want to look at this game for a long while, at least a few months. But should I ever decide to do a segmented run, it will be using the Japanese version. I still don't even know if it's true or not, but I think the drop tables are different in that version. Reason being, in one of my playthroughs, I got a punch 2 from one of the spiders in the first cave. And in the American version, they can't drop that. They can only drop punch 1. I'll get back to that in a second. I make a slight detour here to buy scrap 9s. I buy 2 of them here. You can also buy scrap 10 in this shop. It's the only place where you can actually purchase scraps 9 and 10. If you combine 2 scrap 9s together, they make shield 5. And it's a pretty great shield. I think it's 32 defense and 32 evasion. But I figured the time, like the short time it takes to actually go and purchase those is about the time that it would take to recover from 1 death. So if shield 5 prevents even 1 death, then it would be worth it. And it certainly does do that. In fact, shield 5... Alright, shield 5 with turbo pack and boots 5 is the same or greater evasion than shield 3 with shield pack and boots 5. Which probably doesn't make a lot of sense to everybody, but in short, it lets me use the turbo pack for 2 more fights, and it saves a lot of time to use turbo pack in those fights. So, yeah, greater evasion, I die less, it saves time the other fights. It's just good all around. Plus it looks neat because shield 5 is the only shield that actually coordinates with the color of your robot. It has like a small plate in the middle, and that color changes based on your robot's color. All the other shields are just set colors. I guess while we're talking about appearance, another cool thing I didn't mention is your guard stat influences what your robot's armor looks like. So pay attention in the next, well, not the next fight, because I don't think I die in that fight. But the last 2 fights, pay attention when Exo comes in, because his chest plate has a different emblem on it. It has like an eagle or something. And Ampersand has no defense, so his chest plate is completely blank, I think. But that was a pretty cool detail that they put in. And it's not just like on or off, it's not just like one chest plate or not. I think there are a few different graphics, a few different possible armors. So, it's pretty neat. I like just the little touches like that. Alright, so the segmented run, you get a scrap 4 along the way, and I recycled it very, very early in the run. I didn't even mention that I picked it up, but when you first meet Kotetsu and you get the key, you hop on this green trolley, there's a capsule right next to it, and that has a scrap 4. Now scrap 4 upgrades punch weapons, so if I get a punch 2 from a spider, there's a scrap 4 right along the way. Lets me make a punch 3, basically like first thing that I can make in the game, which is pretty impressive. And I think punch is Inventor's Sprint 7 or something, so I can upgrade it really early as well. In the American version, you can't get a punch 1 as a raw drop. You can only get, or sorry, you can't get a punch 2 as a raw drop. You can only get punch 1. So if I wanted to make a punch 3 in the American version, I'd have to either manipulate a scrap 4 drop, or I'd have to make a pretty large detour, pretty lengthy detour to collect one in the volcano base. So the Japanese version saves time on that alone. And that's basically the only justification I'd have for using it. The other reason is that, again, the text is faster, but I won't be using the menu as much in the segmented run, because I won't have to refresh Vanish as many times. So, yeah, I think that would be the plan for that, but that run would be pretty intense to do. You can manipulate, I've said this a few times, but you can manipulate the RNG from a fresh reset. So I would be able to enter every boss battle with a guaranteed crit. straight off the bat. And if I really spend a lot of time trying to analyze the RNG, I could probably find a few seeds that would give me like 2 or 3 crits within a few turns. So that would be just huge. And you can also manipulate drops. So, yeah, it would be pretty impressive. But again, not going to think of that for at least a few months. Alright, so that whole thing on Choco, basically, I gave over the Tetron to the Choco scientist for him to analyze. And I also gave him Scrap A, which is what Napoleon exploded into when he killed himself during our escape. Gateau is one of the Choco scientists in this time period, and he stole the Tetron, big surprise, and also Princess Tira. So we gotta go get him back. Since Choco is a planet of scientists, though, we had to draw straws to figure out who would go. And like all plot elements, I always end up getting the red straw regardless of which straw I pick. And unfortunately, you can't just straight up volunteer to go. You have to sit through that whole straw drawing cutscene, which really blows. So we hop on the ship. Ship gets hijacked by, well, ship explodes or something, and Kotetsu ends up picking us up. And we're gonna go infiltrate the hacker base this way. So the hacker base is incredibly confusing. It's massive. There's a lot of one-way doors. So you can be, on the right track, make a wrong turn, and then you're stuck. There's an elevator that you have access to pretty early on. You can go to 4 different floors. Most of those are dead ends. I mean, there's all kinds of great gear. The enemies here are really difficult, but they drop amazing things. They give huge experience. This is where most people get lost and end up not beating the game. Myself included. So, yeah, it's a pretty difficult place, unless you know exactly where to go. This room I'm going into here, I didn't even know about it until I went to that hookshot site. There's like 5 different scraps and items that are hidden in these crates. I had no idea. There is like all kinds of loot in that room. It's really impressive. So yeah, these doors in the fortress, there are 3 different colored doors. Red, yellow, and blue. I think that's the order you get access to them. You can't open those doors until you get the password that lets you open those doors. Yeah, so you have to go through it in the right order. There's a really strange bug with this red password. And I alluded to it earlier. There's the red door you've got to go through. So there's a forced cutscene right here, where Kotetsu catches you. And he gives you this password, and you're able to move the moment that the dialogue box disappears. I stand there in place until he leaves, but you can actually move once that box disappears. But if you leave the room before he does, or sometimes if you have, like if you trigger that cutscene without Vanish equipped and then you try and open the door with Vanish, it won't work. There's all kinds of things that are wrong with that, but basically, sometimes the game won't recognize that you have the red password. And when you go to open up that door, it'll say, like, wrong password, or you need to input the right password or something. And you have to go back and sit through the whole cutscene again. It's just awful, and I'm really glad that it didn't happen in this round. It seems like if I just stand there and wait for that cutscene to run its course and wait for him to leave, then it works just fine. But if I try and rush it or do anything strange, then it won't work. And fortunately, I have to wait for her to leave the room, just like all the other cutscenes. And this princess is the most annoying thing. Yeah, she's the slowest talker and the slowest walker ever. It's so bad. Also, she was a fake, and she was actually Gato. So, alright, that door we went through is actually a one-way door, if you noticed. We walked through it, and then it was a yellow door, so we couldn't get back through it the other way. I think that might be the last time we have to use the mouse. I've got to say, the game is actually pretty good about giving you key items that you have to consistently use. With the exception of the light, I think you have to use every item at least a few times. Even Surprise Horn gets used twice, I think. That hesitation there wasn't actually me forgetting where to go. There are invisible enemies there. And sometimes you bump into them because you can't see them. So that's all that happened there. So Mint walks into the elevator, and then she's gone. We go to the 3rd floor and proceed from here. We only go to the 3rd floor because that's, well, it's the only floor that we can go to. You can go to floor 2 and the 4th floor, but there's nothing there. Well, actually, there's a lot of stuff there. The 4th floor has these big guys, not the knights, the Kagarians. They drop all kinds of good stuff. They give a lot of experience. 4th floor is just full of them. But hey, so we found Blackmore, and he's sentenced to be the eternal janitor. It's quite a punishment. So, anyways, we gotta go on the computer and get rid of the no-run program, because right now he's stuck. Apparently a computer program dictates how he can move, so we gotta go kill Bug. Now, this iteration of Bug is really irritating, and there's no threat of death at all. He has very, very low accuracy. I use Turbo Pack in this fight, just so I can chase him down a bit quicker. And he still has the same 2 attacks. He's got that Lightning Bolt, and he's got the, I don't even know what that other thing is. Shoots like a hockey puck or something at you. But that attack can confuse your robot, which sucks. Because you just have to sit there while your robot like ambles around, shifts rows, and walks back and forth, swings blindly. You can do nothing, and it lasts 2 turns, and it can be stacked, so he can just keep using it over and over and over again. It won't stack, it can be refreshed though. This fight, for some reason, he kept doing the same thing he did in the first fight. And he'd hit me and just shift rows like this. And, I mean, these back attacks are huge. Because if you get confused, you lose 2 entire turns. You lose, like, 15 seconds. I get confused no times. Like, not a single time in this fight. And I get, like, all back attacks. So I'm saving even more time, because normally he'll hit you and he'll retreat to the corner, like that. So, yeah, like every 2 back attacks is saving like 5 seconds or something. So, yeah, again, this fight, like, he does the whole runaway thing here, and then he just gets trapped in the loop again. And I don't know, like, I use the same exact behavior when I fight him. Same exact approach, same everything. Same equipment. But for some reason, he was just really favoring just that row switch. It's incredibly convenient. So, yeah, this was also the best Bug 2 fight that I've had. This guy also has run resistance, just like DeRose. That's the reason I'm using single swings instead of triple R. But, man. Yeah, it's an unreal fight. Absolutely unreal. Just like that. Didn't take damage, didn't get confused, and got a ton of back attacks. So at this point, I'm really, really flipping out. Because I had basically perfect boss fights for, like, the whole run. Except Mount Marana, because Exo can't see in front of him and missed. But, yeah, I started to lose focus here. There's, like, 5 rooms left in this entire game. Well, after I backtrack here, there's, like, 5 new rooms. And they're all, like, really straightforward rooms, and I managed to take the only wrong door that I possibly could. So frustrating. This time would have been around a 345? 344, even? But, nope, I blew it. Alright, so we freed Blackmore. Huzzah, he's happy. Gives me the key to Princess's chamber. And I can go set her free. I save a bit of time here from not using Vanish, even though it's kind of risky and I wouldn't ever recommend it. Yeah, but whatever. So now we gotta buckle up for a few more cutscenes. You know, as much of a pain as it is to run this game, and as much as I hate the cutscenes and hate how luck dependent it is, this is still one of my favorite RPGs. I think it's really clever, the way that they did everything. This game came out before Pokemon, but it uses like a Pokemon system. The robots fight for you, even the capsules that you throw out look like Pokeballs. So that was, that was a really unique concept. The whole combination thing where you build all of the equipment, or you read the inventor's friends to learn how to make new equipment, I think that was really clever. The whole stat adjustment of your robots is brilliant. It allows for some really ridiculous customization. It's just a really clever game all around. The plot's really cheesy and stupid, and the translation's awful, but I've never played games for plot, even RPGs. It's really just the gameplay that I like. And this game just has a ton of replay value. There's so many different weapons, there's all kinds of equipment. The scraps that you get are limited unless you plan out exactly what you want to do with them. So, one playthrough you might use them to build one thing, and the next playthrough you'll save it and build something else later. It's just a really neat game. If there's anybody that is watching and somehow made it 3.5 hours in without having played this before, you should go play this. Even if I did spoil pretty much the entire game for you, and even if you know all the strats to win easily, you'll still really enjoy it, I think. Alright, just some more plot here, tying together everything that we already knew. Gatto's evil. Blah blah blah. He made a film from the scraps of Napoleon, so I guess he was recording stuff that he saw. But thanks to that film, they somehow know about the inner workings of this fortress. He's got a weapon for me. The weapon comes in the form of three mason jars. So, I mean, hey, whatever. Conveniently placing these jars on the reactors that are color-coded the same way will just detonate the entire fortress. Not really sure who made it that way, but that's the way it is. Alright. So, brace yourselves for tragedy. Alright, so when you fly the spaceship to Fortress, you land right where the princess's chamber is. Which is convenient, because that's the room that you have to go to. She gave you a password to enter the ship's computer. And this is the only way to get to the next room. The only way. There's all kinds of elevators and other doorways and whatnot that take you here and there. This computer is the only way that you can get to this room. At least right now. I think if you have a blue password, you can get here. So, here I am, running. There's the big head, time to go down. Trapped. Fuck. So now I'm panicking. I know immediately that I made the wrong turn. I see the Gagarians there. I'm just completely lost. So right now I'm on the 4th floor. I don't know the blue password. The blue password is the very last one that you get. I need to get on the other side of that door. So now I'm like, okay, alright, I recognize this room. Let's just run through the route that I was using before. Just quickly blow through every room until I get there. Alright, I remember this place, and I got to this point and was like, no, shoot, I need the cutscene to drop this garbage chute down. So I'm still stuck. Still can't do anything. So I'm panicking right now. I'm like, really panicking, trying to figure out where to go, because this is the only thing that could make me lose the run. Like, the boss fights, whatever, it doesn't matter how unlucky they are. I have like 16 repairs. I'm fine for those. I just had to figure out how to get back, and I fortunately remembered that I can take the elevator to the 3rd floor, and the 3rd floor will take me to the princess's chamber, and I can do it that way. Man. And if I had remembered or realized that I could have just taken the elevator, I would have only lost like a minute instead of a minute, or instead of 2.5 minutes. So, still backtracking. Still backtracking. What a bummer. But I made it back to the computer. At this point, I was positive that I wouldn't make any more map navigation errors, because I was focused like a hawk at this point. I was so mad. Like, I was gonna destroy the world if I got more lost. So, just go up. See? Easy. unbelievable. I still don't believe that I made that mistake. Made it with such certainty, too. Didn't even hesitate, just ran right over. Ran right over, headed straight down, and got stuck. Wait, did he just say like moths to a flame? They already used that analogy in this game. They used it when I saved Metacrab on the Snowy Mountain. I don't think I've ever noticed that before. So, when I was planning this game, you know, all of my practice runs were getting like 4 hours or something. I had no idea what a reasonable time would be because those were using like save states or, you know, just saving using the transceiver and then restarting when I die on the bosses or when something bad happens. So I had no idea how much time the saving would cut off. And, you know, like when I finally got around to piece everything together. But I was shooting for between 340 and 350, and I was certain that that error cost me a 350. I thought I was going to get like a 355 or something because of that. Fortunately, it didn't, because I would have been really mad. Okay, this is one of my least favorite rooms in this game. Because those beams make the floor rise, those little pegs. You'll see it. I think I do it in the next one. Yeah. It's somewhat easy to get past that knight going up to the red jar, the red reactor. Because you can lure him to walk like straight down along the column instead of in the middle, so you can run past him with the glasses on. But on the way back from the reactor, he stays like right on top of you and just like switches between the middle row and one of the side rows. And he does it in such a way that even if you have the glasses on and know when the beams are coming, if he's in the middle row, then you can't get past him. So what I've found is that it's more consistent to just equip Vanish, run straight past him, trigger the walls, and then wait for them to disappear, because otherwise you can be stuck there trying to wait for a clean pass, might get into a battle, and they're pretty tough. They've killed me before, but yeah, I don't know. So that's why I do that. You put the jars in the right order, red, yellow, blue, and it detonates the reactor. Now we run back down to where I was before. And, yep. Wait a minute, is this even floor 4? No, that's floor 2. That must be floor 2. Wow. I always thought that was floor 4. I'm dumb. I only just noticed that right now. So anyways, there's normally a barrier that blocks that door that I just went through. But since the ship is exploding, they don't care about that. Speaking of not caring, I don't unequip Vanish. I just let this cutscene kill it. Saves, you know, the 3 seconds or whatever it takes to open the menu. The reason I don't care is that there's only like 2 rooms left. So I'm not in any danger of losing Vanish from expiration. I just let it happen. So, from like here until the end of the run, I was like staring at the clock on my DVD recorder, mashing the hell out of the A button, trying to get this text to scroll quicker. And yeah, just, you know, raging non-stop for that one mistake. More invisible enemies in there. You know, I was actually thinking in that room about taking a few steps in, so I'd have a few more steps of Vanish, And I remember doing that the last time that I had invisible enemies, and I ran smack dab into one. Like, my first step hit an invisible enemy. So, I decided to play it cool. Right there, I was doing just one last quick equipment check to make sure that I actually had Shield Pack on Exo and Turbo Pack on Ampersand. And here we go. So this fight, it got off to a strange start because of those capsules. And the soldiers have the disable beam that D-Rose had, and that always deactivates the run command. So I'm frequently stuck just doing normal sword swings against Gato. But this is where I start getting into trouble in this fight, because I get hit by a lot of stuff. This one hits, I know. Oh, really? Huh. Well, whatever. So they do this split formation here. Oh, that's the one that hit. Okay. Where they have two against the far left wall and one on the far right wall. And if I didn't have Turbo Pack equipped, see, they even hit Exo, and he has massive evasion. If I didn't have Turbo Pack equipped, I wouldn't be able to... Sweaty thumb. I wouldn't be able to reach Gato if he was on the opposite side as me. So what I'd have to do is just camp out the left side and keep dodging until they switch order, so that Gato takes the place like over there, so I'd be able to hit him. But with Turbo Pack, that's a non-issue. Sweaty thumb. I haven't been hit as many times as I remembered. I'm certain that I die soon, though. I know the soldier kills me at least once, just with like a normal shot. This one might kill. No? Jeez, what is happening? Is this even the same run? There we go. Look at that. Basic 90. Not even a crit, just a normal hit. First time that they've killed me. Now, the way that this fight normally goes is... Oh yeah, that was a good hit too. He would have been dead a long time ago, normally. I kind of got screwed by the capsule placement at the start, because... I lost a few opportunities to get good hits in on them before they started disabling the run. Yeah, there it is again, another non-crit kill. Yeah, see, alright, this is what I was remembering. How badly I got robbed by all this. I think there's... Actually, no, I don't think I die again, because I think I enter the final boss with 6 repairs. Man, so awful. And he should be dead soon. Soon. And by he, I mean ampersand. Yeah, this is actually, I'm glad I remembered it accurately. I don't understand why I wasn't dodging these attacks. It's absolutely unheard of for me to get hit by that, and it's happened so many times in this fight. I don't know. I have the right equipment on. It's just, I don't know, something's just not right about it. So now it's actually pretty close, because I died, like, what, 6 times in that fight? Not good. Yeah, so I've only got 5 repairs left, I think. 6, maybe. And I'm pretty sure that the final boss fight is not as bad as I remember. I think I was just so mad that I was starting to imagine things. Like, to have a run that went so well lose, like, 4 minutes at the very end. From just a map slip-up and then awful luck. That was probably the worst fight I've ever had against that boss. I've done everything that I could to speed up this last cutscene. Space, a good name. You just get like a last farewell from everybody or some flashbacks or something. I think since we're walking into the Tetron machine, it's probably all like a whole bunch of glimpses from the past and whatnot. But yeah, I tried all kinds of stuff. Like, you're always moving, you're always walking in this place. You're not running. So I wasn't sure if it was like slow terrain or what was going on in here. But like Vanish doesn't speed it up. Mouse doesn't speed it up. There's nothing you can really do. You just have to hold up, mash A, and deal with it. I saved. I don't know if you noticed that. You're given the prompt to save before you enter this place. And I saved because I didn't remember how much time actually fit on my DVDs. I thought it was like 2 hours and 10 minutes. And I know the ending is like 15 to 20, so I just wanted to make sure that if I wanted to, I could go back and re-record the ending later and just tack it onto the end if my DVD didn't have enough space. But, alright, so here we are at the final boss, and this is the most RNG-dependent thing in the entire game. A critical hit, a single critical hit saves like a minute. And whenever he does that ram attack, it saves like 15 seconds or 10 seconds or something, I don't know. I'm awful at estimating, given that. Oh my god, I forgot that he hit me with that basic attack. The basic ram attack, non-crit, killed me. Oh my god. This is awful. But you want him to use that, because that's his fastest attack. His normal attack you'll see next. He does this weird blinky change of space-time thing. And then attacks. It's like 10 seconds to change space, and then a few more for the attack, based on what it is. So if he just does the ram, which takes like 1 second, you're golden. Absolutely golden. This is the dangerous attack. These cannon soldiers. I think this one kills me. Yeah. And I think I dodged the next two. Spoiler alert. Also, spoiler alert, I do end up beating the game, so... Wait, I only have 3 repairs left? Maybe I do end with just 1. Yeah, but the attack you want the most is the ram. That's the best one. The next best is the industrial setting, the building tops with the missiles. Because bombs can't crit you, and they have pretty low accuracy. These fireballs are the next favorite, the fireballs and the snowballs, whatever. Good crit. 820, that's huge. It's like 5 times the normal damage. It is actually 5 times what a normal hit is. So that saves 4 rounds of attacking, and if you were to use the change of space-time attack for all 4 rounds, it would save about a minute. So crits are massive. By the same token, deaths are also incredibly costly. because you have to sit through 2 extra attacks. The one attack when I bring in EXO, and then the other attack when I switch back ampersand. Another crit. Huge. So yeah, death costs like 25 seconds. Well, like 30 seconds of attack animation. I don't know. My estimation's awful, still. But this is actually a really good fight. He's doing a lot of his ram attacks. I got 2 big crits early. But he has a ton of health. I don't remember his health exactly. I want to say it was 5,400. It's definitely above 5,000. But I was getting real nervous. It's such a stressful boss. There's like nothing you can do either. Look at that! Like not even a crit, just another basic hit. Just don't understand it. I think I use a cure here. Yeah. See, I was counting my repairs, and I knew that if EXO got critted and died, then that would be the end of the run, probably. Because I'd have 1 repair left per ampersand. I revive him at mid-range because I think there's an extra chance that he'll try and use his mid-range attack. But I think it might just be that if he wants to use a non-change of space-time attack, it'll either be the mid-range attack if you're there, or it'll be the ram if you're right next to him. Oh man, this is getting intense. That's 3 non-crit kills that he's had on me. 2 repairs left. I can only die once more. And I think the next hit might do it. Nope, I was just kidding. That's the one I was hoping for. I was just sitting there praying that I'd get the missile attack, because that's the only one I know won't hit me. Everything else has hit me. And that is gonna be it. Just kidding. Just ignore me. I don't know what I'm talking about. I know I finished him with a crit. I should have been adding up all this damage to see if this even matters. He probably had like 60 health left and I just got overkill. So that'll do it. Game finished. I had 1 repair left after not using a repair after using 2 repairs for like the entire game. Yikes. The ultimate close call. That was such a relief. Like immediately afterwards, I didn't even watch the ending. I like set my controller down and left the room. Because my Super Nintendo's got a bad power cord. And like if it gets jostled at all, sometimes it shuts off. So I just got out of the room, said there's no chance of me bumping that. I went and made some dinner during this ending. Yeah, it was just a tremendous relief. I had been trying to improve my old run for, well, like since I did it. Obviously wasn't doing attempts the whole time, or really I wasn't doing attempts at all until recently. But I've been revising this route and timing things, testing different things. I've been at this for years, so it's a huge relief to finally finish. I got a run that's just as silly as this game is. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that went wrong in this run. Or, not stuff that went wrong, but stuff that was wrong. Getting hit by things that shouldn't hit. bosses giving patterns I've never seen before. That whole shell leveling fiasco, like none of that made any sense. It was the capsule positioning in the first half of the game. I got the worst possible positioning 6 times. But then I also got like 2 of the rarest drops you can get at the beginning of the game. It was just, like I said at the very beginning, it was just a roller coaster. The luck would be phenomenal and then just absolutely atrocious. And that whole last boss fight is a testament to that. I mean, I'd get great luck with his patterns. He'd use the ram attack 4 times, and then, well, the 4th one killed me. Huh. Now that didn't make any sense. Well, oh good, I got a crit. Oh, and then I just got killed by something that normally doesn't. It's just a slugfest in the end. But yeah, it's definitely ugly at times, but that's just the nature of the game. You can't try and get a perfect run, because I don't think it'll ever happen. Or you'll spend years attempting it and go absolutely insane. You just gotta kind of hope that your luck averages out in the end. And I think, in the end, my luck is still above average with this run. So I'm very pleased. I think it's going to be a good addition to SDA. Now I can devote that 4-hour block of memory in my brain to a different game, a different route, since I no longer have to remember this route. Yeah, this is an awfully long ending, and I can't say that I'd like to sit through it again. So, I think I'm just going to say some more thanks again. Thanks to everybody that I mentioned already. Thanks to EXO for letting me use his name, and for always being there when I want to vent some frustrations about my runs. He's always a really good sport about that. I'm sure he knows more than anybody how doing attempts at frustrating games can be. So he's a good sport to just sit there and listen. Big thanks again to Tom Felino for everything he does for SDA and for being a fan of this game. I really appreciate that. And like I said before, I'm gonna dedicate this run to him, I suppose. Thanks again to Moo for handling the audio commentary. Thanks to Rakuan for putting up a bounty for this run, which was very unexpected because I was planning on doing it anyways. But I do very much appreciate the extra motivation. Thanks to Leech, who was also helping me with the planning, and he's actually the one who told me that RXR is a better attack than LX. And that ended up saving me a lot of time and a lot of frustration. It is definitely the better strategy there. And he also had a lot of really good strats throughout like the middle of the game. And it was nice to have someone else to bounce ideas off of because it helped me justify my own route. So thank you very much for that, Leech. Nerdsdog I know is also a fan of this game. And I think there was someone else who was thinking about learning it. That might have been Kelvin JJ. So if it is, thanks to you for the extra motivation. Whenever people say they want to learn the games that I'm running, I always get like a big burst of motivation to finish before they do. So, even if none of you had any actual intentions of running it, I appreciate the fake. Yeah, and then thanks to all of SDA as a whole. Because without you guys, I probably wouldn't have tried to get a run to put on SDA. So, thanks to all of you. Yeah, I think that'll take care of it for me. So I'm gonna go grab something to eat. Until next time, Please enjoy the rest of the run, the rest of the ending. And, yeah, I'll see you for my next run. Thanks for watching, guys.